To be only to find out over time, sometimes we are only slave dates to salute the fish flag. Your sisters don't operate. Oh, well, just tell us all why it's a slave. Why you just sit on us? You bitches be post on race guard. We all are supposed to be God people, not just bending down to stupid royal family. I only believe in no masters above, no slave below. NPCs only get to like and dislike from what the government and television tells to do and go along with. If you don't like the Brits, you know where to put yourself. You tell us all as whites about slavery while you practicing it on us. Don't be hypocrites, you stupid cunts, 'cause we are supposed to be one race under God. Complaining about us Brits, you ran from tyrants from your country to deal with torture and corruption. Look at yourself, bitches, stupid idiots. You don't have the right to complain about us. You are hiding our United Kingdom. Dance to your hypocrisy. Dance to your hypocrisy. Dance to your hypocrisy. Dance to your hypocrisy. If you don't like the Brits, you know where to put yourself. You tell us all as whites about slavery while you practicing it on us. Don't be hypocrites, you stupid cunts, 'cause we are supposed to be one race under God. You don't like it here, don't let the door hit you on the way out, darling. Red ass comfort and delicious hot no bitch till death do part.
Yep. When I was trying to go live about 7 minutes ago, the computer crashed and it put that in microphone. So I had to good job I did check. I was like, why ain't the bar going up? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I better check. Case when the blue screen came up, add that. And it resetted everything, and it did. But anyway, I got the new laptop here, you know, with the chat on it. But the thing is, I don't know if anybody's noticed this and so forth. Anything, right? I'm gonna make a observation right now, which I made a long time ago. Right? We got people that complain about people on benefits and all that, and so forth. And say, oh, they get this money, they get that money, and all of that. Right? Think about before the internet came about. Right? You didn't have to log on to a journal and stuff like that. Right? And so that means you didn't have to buy a computer, or you didn't have to buy a mobile phone or a tablet or any device to log into your journal just to keep your money, keep your benefits coming, right? And but is it just me that you got to get money to get benefit? Think about that. I mean, is it me? You've got to get money to buy devices in order to log into your journal, in order to get your benefit money. Think about that. I mean, back in the day, you was sort of like wouldn't need any devices. All you needed to do was go down, sign a bit of paper, what I mean, and hope you get the money. Yeah, I mean for the hard times that have come your way, sort of thing, right? But today, they expect you to log on this, that, and everything else, and so forth, just to get money. But let's take one cost. I mean, without getting a computer and all that. First of all, before you even plan on buying a computer, you know what I mean, the one heating cost that you're going to be paying every month is the internet. So if you haven't got the internet, right, and you haven't got a computer and all of that, and so there's that one cost for every month you've got to take on board, just to sign into your journal, just to let your caseworker know. So that's £40 gone before you've even got your benefit. Think about it. And with the devices as well, I mean, ranging between 80 grand, right? I mean, if you get a cheap mobile phone, £80 to sign in or whatever, or if you want something that is going to sort of like allow you to get in, well, any complications, like what, 150 on a mobile phone or a tablet. But I mean, I know you can get some cheaper ones, but it's very rare you get one that is stable. But they are out there, but you gotta like, I mean, shop around, and also there's the laptop side of things as well. And this one here, I paid a bit more for this one. Despite it came down in price from 400 to 270. I mean, this one here, if you bought this one and you had no other devices, you'd be pulling your hair out because you just put your hand over it and the mouse goes. And when you're trying to do stuff, it freezes up. It's so much. I mean, I still use it because I mean, I'm like lightly going over it and doing things and lightly. Some people are heavy-handed and it would drive them mad and they'll just throw it out the window. But and this was like 180 to £220. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. See, to get on the internet, you're not spending a fiver or a tenner. You're spending, I mean, £40 per month, £37 a month. I'm spending, and some spend more. Some spend like a month on internet. Think of that, right? You're spending so much money on internet. You know what I mean? And then you go out and buy the laptop, computer, before and you benefit, you think about it, and then people wonder, hey, they got all this computer in debt. What's going on? Exactly, because the benefit system is not there to help you. And again, the benefit system has always been about government. That's why they like people losing everything. So then the establishment has got full control over you. It's like in other countries, if you lose your job, I mean, you don't suddenly go from like £50,000 a year to £6 quid. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And and you get like what, about 5 grand a year. That and a calculate. But do you know it's when you say it like on it until you divide it up, and I would say £60 a week. Okay, oh, so oh, that's technically fuck all. And so if you're on like £6,000 a year and all that, even that's not much. Oops, 8 times. I was like, eh? Right. Yeah, that's £1,150 a week and so forth. And if you got certain expenditures, I mean, from the life that you build from a £1,000 a year thing, then looking at probably a few months still of that getting put into debt. But in some countries, if you earn £60,000 a year, instead of you going straight down to £60, they slowly bring you down so you're not affected. But what do we do in Britain? Take you, they sort of like go, oh, we can't help you. In other words, this country, the UK, makes you have zero, and then push you even more into hardship. And the police help in that, the health teams. I mean, they don't help you be safe or life or protect you. They actually push you to your grave. I mean, that is what we've got in this country. Authority system that pushes you to your grave. And on top of that, we have authorities in this country going along with the so-called climate change, saying, we are protecting the environment when they're actually pushing decarbonization and everything else and lowering carbon, when a lot of us know it's a genocide pro. That's the beauty about my YouTube channel and not having money come. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I mean, I don't have to worry about being. Yeah, I mean, if you rely on money coming from YouTube, yeah, you gotta watch what you. But me, I don't have to worry about that. So live on the. And yeah, the whole screen just went. And I wasn't even going around or anything like that. I was just typing. Yeah, so there we go. Now I gotta go up. This is why I prefer desktop computer. I mean, yeah, something, even with desktop computer glitch and stuff like that, but I don't have a desktop computer. Man. Alright, let's just that. What I'm doing, I'm putting the live stream of YouTube onto my press and stuff. Yeah. And the thing is as well, I mean, the only reason I'm getting attacked left, right, center, and no support from the authorities. Yeah, I mean, we know what Masons are like. They rather kill you than help you. And the thing is, well, because they the ones that came after me when I was a kid, I always mentioned it on Spreaker in the past. I don't look into you, go for, if I don't know who the hell you are and act me. I only look into you, then that's when the work begins. I start digging and finding on. But I see, the thing is as well. I mean, I've never cried victim, but yet the attackers crying victim all the fucking time. They definitely learned from the Jews, and they definitely learned from the I mean, from that and so forth. That's what it comes across as. Yeah, I mean, when you see the police and all of that, people in the police and they attack, and then all of a sudden you see them move on to a different area, and then those same people say to the locals in that area, "Oh, we're only humans in the uniforms, but you're carrying out violence of the state. You don't get that, you're carrying violence out. I mean, for those in parliament and like order and stuff like that, you're carrying out violence and keeping the public, because the UK, like all other countries, I mean, when I mean countries, I don't mean the physical landscape. Because if you can walk out now, I mean, God didn't write into the ground, "Oh, this is going to be Wales, this is going to be England, this is going to be France." No, I mean, we created signs and all of that, guide people and all of that. Then again, if you listen to some of the Gnostic teachings about the creator of this world, I mean, and where they created the meat suit and so forth, keep us trapped here. I mean, divided from the actual divine itself. I mean, then again, yeah, I mean, the people that are keeping us divided is probably taking a page out of the Demiurge's books. Anyway, so you can ask yourself: are the people then in government and all of that? I mean, are they are they really uh because got souls of a human in there or spirit of a human in there, or are they possessed, demonically possessed? Who knows? Leave that up to you. Anyway, so this morning, around about 9 o'clock. Hold on, I got the. Let me have I get this phone just in case housing contacted me today because they open about 9, but they don't rush, and I noticed they don't really phone. They don't, and the thing as well, I've seen other people have mentioned they say they phoned you and they haven't phoned you, and I think that's what they're doing with me right now. They're saying that they phoned, I mean, in the last week or so, but I've had my phone beside me all the time, and they say it's going to voicemail all the time. No, it's not. I I've got it beside me all the time, and other people have gotten through. Right. This is the funny thing. Other people have gotten through. They're just making excuses. But it is. But yeah. So I sent them an email last night. I scanned the document that needed to be sent through, and I did put some blood on it. Only like a light. Uh, uh, so, but I mean, this one here has got an absolute cheap photo. I mean, you guys could read what's on here. You guys be like, person, I'm absolute arsehole. And deep inside, I should be absolute. You can tell I've been around the block a few times. I've been to hell and back a few. You guys can see us looking at. You're just another idiot. You're just another idiot. If this person could see that I'm live streaming right now and all of that. There you go. I'm done with this person because they been but negative. Because for the last few months, this person's just only been talking about. Yeah, I mean, she's been saying, "Yeah, they only would help me if I go and fuck them, and then move away from." I mean, with it. So I basically just put back, you know what I mean? The only people will give me money. I said, then go fuck you. You know, as you mean, you know, that's a double way of putting it. I mean, I haven't stopped them. I mean, from going with these people, and I haven't said, I mean, that I want you here as well. You know, I firmly believe in if you want to be, you know what I mean, I've helped twice and all of that. I mean, they said, "Oh, I'll be there," and so forth. I'm flying over, and they have. So basically, I always believe in if you want to be, you know, near someone, you want to help somebody, you do it. All that, right? And so basically, these are the sort of people that like, oh, when I get this, when I get that, I'll pay you back. I'll do it. Happens. I mean, and that's why I put that. Well, go fuck yourself. Go forth. I'm done with that bullshit. The thing is, as well, that person is well known in Australia, and they do a lot of reporting and stuff like that. Like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, I'm closing the door. Yeah, I mean, I've wasted so much time on the idiot. I haven't got that much energy left to. Ah, so well, they've made what I need to do now. Well, that's the thing, you know. You know, it's and the thing is as well. I mean, that's like a person as well. That's the way they've been speaking after that. Oh, I'm bigger than you followers and it's that character. They're actually small, personal character, erratic, decadent, radiant, macabre, and so disgusting, sinful. So many things with that. If people knew, people know who it is, they would be like, what? Because there's a certain um thing that people keep putting out about the person. And if I mention certain things behind the scenes, what I mean is, yeah, I mean, it might make the other thing more substantial despite its faults. But I spoke, and they would then look at um, that one thing, and they'd be going, "Oh, this person for many years has been denying it, but now since he came out and said this lady who's been saying this, that, oh, that's false. I mean, that's wrong. It's just a certain group of people trying to in stand and all of that, and then all of a sudden, I'm saying stuff, and people happen. I mean, safely say it well. You know what I mean, I've looked into the claims that this group made about. Uh, I think I looked into it, and it was another lady, other guys that did fast food place. Yeah, I mean, but yet the diet, the Zionist, unless I'm speaking to you. But anyway, yeah, I mean, and the thing is as well, yeah, I mean, I've had what like yeah, promise to pay me back and all of that, and this morning I sent an email to, yeah, I mean, because the authorities in this country has gone hard times. They are supposed to help you and all of that, and they haven't done that. So decided an email. I said, right, I've stopped eating now. Yeah, I mean, I am literally done of idiots taking the fucking piss. You know what I mean? And the thing is, well, the council have been taking the piss out of the people for years, metaphorically. So guess what I did? I pissed in the bottle, check in the black bin bag, and let the council take it. If they're going to keep taking the piss out of the public, they might as well take out fucking piss in the fucking black bags. You know what I mean? So I did that. If you're gonna talk down to us, I mean, classify us as the public, so you can talk down to us. You can go, oh, we're the authority. You're just the public. Then you're an asshole. You're an absolute idiot. I mean, and when you think about it, when you're not in that job role, what are you really? You know what I mean? You're either in man flesh or you're in a woman flesh. All the other stuff is lower. You know what I mean? When you go into a role, you know, as a counselor or whatever, you're actually lowering yourself to serve. No corporation is higher than. Just think about that. The police are not higher than any. Parliament higher than any. I mean, because without the man and woman doing the roles, there wouldn't be any corporation about it. So, but they've done a beta switch. Those that have gaslighted, they've what do you call it? They mind fucked us. Billions of people, billions upon billions. Anyway, the thing is as well, because I haven't drank anything. I mean, since yesterday, body temperature been very quick, and I can't put it on because it's gonna be fun. This is gonna be, and all those I've said, "Oh, we here to help you," so they can have gossip about. All I've noticed gossips back, tell their mates. Like, was it last night? Round last. That's a lot that have. I mean, I should put this thing so I I start and I should start putting some of this in. Oh my hold on. Oh, there you go. You move it to 2020. Right, the sun's coming in the hero which reacts first. My body's shutting down. Uh, or the help from authorities. I don't mean, oh, we're gonna send you to mental health, and then nothing happens. Then on a cycle, not having a flat. Don't forget, guys, I've been trying to get a place. This used to be my mum's flat for myself, where I can have one level. I mean, for my legs. No, they don't want help. Whole thing crash. You know what I mean? Them on a fucking time frame and pressure for it. Give them some trauma. The only thing is, though, because it will be like, fine. I'm not cutting myself. That's all I care about. Like, is not again cracking, hooking up onto you, and a lot of things. And a part of me as well. This morning, right, I was live streaming. I'm tired. I don't mean like you jump in or sleep in a week and you're finding it. I don't mean that sort of. I know the police and I mean the mental health teams would be like, won't understand. But and I'm here to help to wake people out there. I don't mean just art here. Got attacked. Funny thing, right? I was told. Funny that thing. How my life is too. It's funny. It's funny as well. You did a spell, you did, when you wrote that, didn't you? But yeah, I did write a poem as well a few years after writing it. That was in. You always know a lot of people in the police like, wait, what? What's something? But after people like him, criminal, yeah. I put it all out there. You know what I mean, because I know what the authorities are like. Push and push you and push you, and they want you either put a knife to your wrist or hang yourself or take an. I know. Yeah, I mean, from person or from others. And plus, we got people that document harassment and make they do this like, oh, they leave little notes. They and then put in the notes like little things like, oh, I couldn't. And the thing is as well, yeah, I mean, you always hear me say as well, about being live and stuff like that. And I've always say to the, I put, I've always tried fighting to get out of this corner. Put me in. They don't like that. They want to hear somebody that like, oh, I don't want to go on no more. And this, no, I use fighting words because I am. You know what I mean? Despite I mean, done blood magic and stuff like that, and I have cut myself in the past to pressure and stuff like that. I don't do it, kill myself enough. Anxiety and stuff in the past. Yeah, I mean, and plus I have like the say if you meet somebody and you want to be blood brother and that type of person. Yeah, I mean, where that's like a bond and harming you creating a bond. You know what I mean? And yet you see a lot of that like, oh, you're harm bonding. The thing is as well, yeah, I mean, when you see, well, you know, you take it this way as well. When you sparring in boxing ring, somebody else who done harming each other, but I mean, the intent is not to die and all of that, or for any. Yeah, I'm getting old right now. Getting my voice, but yeah, gotta be honest, guys. Of Dreamweaver, I know I got CS5 as well on this one, but reason I like this when you're doing oh, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Gonna laugh at this, guys. Put out there if you want me and you're around Sydney. Basically, I mean, she put me in debt. Now she's like a. I mean, I really want to drop the name. Like a lot of people, yeah. I'd rather go out. I'd rather just. I'm gonna. I'm coming to kind of leave it. I want to. Right, don't get me wrong. You know, I mean, back myself. Like somebody else's bit twist. Very well. Shallow. I dropped to that drop. Sell myself out. Go along with this. Got to sell yourself. And I want to get it. I want to get anywhere in this. I've like, look, got to sell your soul. Oh, but really, I could change things overnight. Sell my soul. Comfortable. What? For how many years? Nah, not risking it. I mean, because I'm not a judge. I'm not a police officer. Not like even the word soldier. No way of I mean, like people. It's like selling your soul. You sold out. You know what I mean? If you if people think killing is wrong, then why do we have military and all that and so forth? Why use our brothers and families while they sit back and laugh because people keep selling their souls, kill one another. In the word soldier, sold, SOLD, soldiers. Like one military guy, he said, yeah, I mean, around our kids, both, we're nice and everything, and so forth. But I want everybody to be like me, stuff I've done in combat and everything. One military guy, I don't want them. I did, and I was listening. I was like, back to you. Isn't it? I'm looking for display capture. All right, you guys might as well. I just to me, yeah, I better put it in. To me, I call it. They are prone up thanking me. Yeah. Right, let's we come. There we go. Again. I was like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't contacted me at all. I don't mind you guys seeing the. I'm thinking my email account's down. There you go. They said to me, "Okay, I've tried calling and go straight through the voicemail." I don't think they're phoning the right number, to be honest. They're that incompetent in the authorities. I mean, and I've met them and so forth. And the thing is, they're so system based in their heads and all that. And it says, "Have you had a date when you need to leave?" I wouldn't have to have left with any accommodation. I mean, if the police arrested those who tried to kill me and my instead, because the person who attacked me sort of like I mean, as many have pointed out that he's oh yeah, and basically what the Masons do, yeah, they protect their own. Matt, if I got killed that day, even though my attitude was, they would have seen it. I would protect them when I right there. The Mason had killed someone. It's they protected their secrets, and that's what the police, housing, and all of them are really doing, protecting their own. That's why you see so many people that speak out end up homeless. Think about it. Those who actually speak about, they get rammed into mental health. Then just for the mental health team, oh, this person's, then nobody listens. What's really going on? And I've always said privately, this needs to stop. Top of that, I wouldn't. And then when I read the comments on Facebook and the bloodlust, I see from the public. Yeah, right with stuff like, I mean, murder and all of that, and or the two bloodlust and all of that from the public itself is no different. And when somebody's done like a minor mistake, not murder, people treat that person like they've murdered, not judge not. And you know what I mean? I'm looking at it and I'm like, I've been judged left, right, and that's why I said own. If you're in the before I fell asleep, and I basically said it, all the things that people and so forth haven't done. Basically, I should. I was I was trying to get out, but I said something similar on these times. But I wanted to get him out. Basically, I was trying to say to them, by you lot in authorities not saying that go forth, you actually given somebody the go. Don't do it. You lot are liars. End of the day, and if you don't want to be a liar, then let me go. I've already penance for. You know what I mean? But you watch them in authority, they're like, oh no, we can't let them do it. But no, done this stuff. But because I haven't done this stuff, then why have I lost? Think about it. You know what I mean? And the thing is, as well, I've still got to go up to court and like a rape dick with a knife in the ear. Maybe I should go up there, running around with. Yeah, it'd be good. Oh man, that person is a liar. Despite others have come forth and said, no, Paul wasn't doing that. Paul was actually calm, also in shock. Big difference. A lot of things I've been given the go ahead for. Yeah, I mean, like some of the people I've met down and talk. And there's one person who is a few years older than me, saying for things, turned around and said, no, 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 no. That's what I'm doing right now. You guys really want me to do that? I've been a hey, I mean, do you really want me to? That's the question I'm putting. And with my mind, yeah, I mean, if I was to do it, because for one, my thinking is not the same as those I've been Roddy's court. Them not do things in the open, so are basically arsenal. Right? That's their way of thinking. What do? I go out at night. Nobody around. I put posters out because I don't want the credit, attention. Let you lot read them. And is you look at the mindset of those that attacked me, do it out in the open. and that's why I have got people said, hey, well, these idiots have been hacking. You know what I mean? Because I've attacked me, I've been caught many by other members of the public. Authorities don't want to know because they're all a bunch of Masonic pieces of shit that love killing children. Because I exposed the pedophiles in the area, over 50 came to the area, which the authorities brought in. Oh yeah, the authorities brought them in. That's why I've been getting the shit. And I expose South Wales police and the courts and all of that for bringing in the fucking pedos. There, I fucking said it. I've been keeping that a long time. That's why I'm getting all this fucking crap. Cause I exposed 50 odd fucking pedophiles. And a few of them were in Pontedillas. That's how fucking close they are. Where I live, or where I used to live, I live in Gosina, and there's about 6 pedos in fucking in Emerald that I know of. Yeah, I do the research, do all this, and and you know the funny thing is, when I've gone to the police to tell them what's going on and so forth, they ignore. Oh yeah, they just put on the file. I know who the fucking pedos are. There used to be a website go on to check who the pedos are and so forth. But I used to do my own check as well, and I noticed a couple of people up on there because they were researching into pedophilia and all. And both their names got put up as well. So then the public would kill those that are hunting pedos. Gotta be very careful. You can tell I've been here for so long because I fix of the establishment. But anyway, the absolute bastards they are. The absolute bastards. Hold on. Where's the web? There we go. We can load up the Freemason one though. Like guys, look in the code area down below. There you go. Should be down here now. BBC. Should be that. Yep, it's there. And typing that in and it go away this. Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with these. They love to cover up, you know, and are exposed in the establishment, killed off many different ways. Have I done that wrong? 80%. Oh no, that's 8. Or not. And what's that down? That's a that's a megabyte. Yeah, I might as well have the Google search as well. Might as well have that. I had a laugh this morning. Put on Maram X. They questioned her, and they're asking. Oh no, I'm doing the right one. And basically, they asking her short for Rami, as in I. And they put in. I mean, are you a Jew hating Jew? And that got me thinking on something. That did get me thinking. I'll put this in as well because of the it's housing, but look at the logo on it. Oh yeah, I better do this. Do it in here actually, so I don't have base things. And I like it. Yeah, I mean, in what you call it, this version of Dreamweaver because it's color coded. It's easier for me to spot things as well. A lot of well, they probably like, yeah, we like it. I mean, where you can, it's like in Visual Studio is well, where you get the tags in blue. You can change the colors as well, just your preference as well. I better save this now. Just in case I get the blue thing of never know when it Masonic housing. Oh no, oh it's ugly in it. It's the United Grand Lodge. Do. Funny how the Masons call themselves ugly. Anyway, anyway, whoop, the masonry. Keep doing it now. Keep going up there first instead of. I'm doing it in code anyway. I don't matter that. And what I'll do as well, I'll copy and paste bottom one. Yeah, I like doing these little table things. They're wrong. We'll design a full blown website now. I just feel like I am urged to do that. Yep. Well, I'm already in here. Hold on. Did I just think? Did I just do it? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. The microphone is actually partially. Because we've got a few of those links, haven't we? We've got a few to do. Hold on, I got an idea. I got an idea. Rid of these first. But and then we'll do. What do you reckon, guys? Do they reckon it on? So we've done this one out, so we can close that down. Have they? Nope. Yep. Still not phone. Bubble. I could put this in like a net zero table. No, we can just open. Save. And what I'll do, I might be able to do that well from the other tab. Jason. There you go. But yeah, it's this is what I got find funny, right? You notice how people use like, oh, that person employed and unemployed as like good versus bad. So is that. Well, I think I should do an article on basically how taxes funds evil. How people. Then again, Lark and Rose has done something where people are being robbed from a thief, and all that and so forth, where governments are actually the criminals that steal from other people, but they use legislation to keep people under the thumb and quiet, sort of thing. I found that very interesting. Have an idea? Don't worry about that. We I would have to do the old delete. I don't know if the episode her wasn't it? Is it Courtney? No, it's not Courtney. Um. Uh. Where is she? Cordelia. That's the one. It was C. Got the C bit, but I went Courtney instead. When they're on the computers sort of thing, and basically was how do you send this sort of thing? Because the computer's been a bit of an art. Willow goes, it's Dell, yeah, it's deliver. It's the button, everything. Want. I got a dark. Anyway, I'm not gonna repeat what I put. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, all that put stuff on a wall. I mean, about the Mimi thing. I wouldn't be surprised that's true. This bit, That's Southern Cat. That's another guy's here. When I hear that, yeah, I know, I know. Yep, she's around. Yeah, I'm gonna get a ball. I can because of my dark sense of humor, but Have you heard of a police? No, I haven't. Alright, guys, I'm gonna do what you call it, and in the break between the two live streams, um, bit scared as well. Yeah, because I do live stream, and I would put them on thing. I'll send them a link. I reckon, guys. Go fucking. What I reckon? Send them the link. I'm not lying, oh my guys. It's quiet right now. Wait a minute, what I'm gonna do. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know. problem with that, also, I'm not saying I know what I want. I got a forward to head. Maybe I should do it. Go and break down their doors and leave a broken doors and drill the keyhole out and that stuff. And they can't say, "I they've gone on and did it." They're still human beings are doing shitty things. Like, going on inside the cotton mill. They could put moving right now. That on my desktop computer. These two laptops. Oh, I had a previous laptop for these two. I mean, it lagged a little bit, but it never gave me this much. It never ever. Makes you think, doesn't it? There we go. They're not gonna like that, yeah, because if I put in I'm live streaming this email to you, that means I'm busy showing the world. Thing is, you're in authorities, but and he's a public servant, then your email should be public. There you go. That's the email address right there. That down for a minute. You know, it's that. It's like authorities wants the public to give all the information out there, and the authorities know how to hide the information. Shouldn't it be the other way around? That all the information on what they do, public service, mobile phones within the company, they all that sort of thing out there, contact company. I've seen some in the authorities, or am I about to do? Done Betty, am I? Oh, did I do Betty? Gonna do Betty, and then yeah. Yeah, but yeah. What's that? I didn't even press to go down there. That's for the. There we go. It'd be funny now if she comes across and she gonna type it in. Like, see, uses down there that you can't. The thing is, well, yeah, I wouldn't be very surprised, right? They'll try every excuse. Oh, I can't come across to them. I mean, and it's got to be this way. And I'm like, no, if you really want to help, play by my fucking terms. I mean, I've done everything. Thousand and get in the place. They've just ignored. I remember a time in 2000 where they had a system at like, and you didn't have to be home bullying or many other different things. Homeless place. In other words, they give you free choice. You know, have to pick out homeless. Now it's like you've got to be made homeless before they even any. I mean, it's like me, Swansea, and you mentioned shows how bad gotten with how corrupt, how they are going along with certain agendas. You know what I mean? Then like the government have ordered. That's why I've looked into the economic side of things that's deliberately causing wars in other countries. Then people in countries to come here. Then we go to Britain, you have all of this. And the immigrants, I mean, want to come because the powers that be are actually destroying their countries. Really, those that have come here should team and boot kick government. Um, put them in the. Don't forget the ones that are coming here. They are being promised. If you go to Britain or Ireland and all, of girls are easy. This, that, and so have this. You people have that, and get you. They pissed off. They've been angry, and they want to take it out on somebody. And because it's around, they take. It's the government and the military intelligence service. I mean, you gotta say it for what it is. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's like a few bad eggs, but the majority have been lied to. And then when we see then we're being lied to. We could look into the galleons now. I think that's yeah now. What lens, not lands, lens. Masoinic. Not. That's looking at. Oh, I forgot to show this last night as well. Yeah, about the yeah, I mean, Irish police stuff like that with the masonry inside. That they put when I did the other live stream. I think as well, you can't really trust. I mean, what harder. I'm gonna go toilet. Hell is that? I see what's happening. I see what happened. Guys, the text ain't coming through. I think that looks like it's been done on a typewriter. So when I try to copy and paste it, we got what we got. But anyway, can be solved. Okay, got these tabs left. So.
Iron wings cut the air, cold steel beneath my feet, pressure builds in the tank. Switch, flipped, lock the target. I don't see their faces, just coordinates on glass. Rain starts falling up here, metal rain, heavy harvest. Tear it down, flatten every stone. From the clouds, I claim your soul. Burn the sky, watch the world erase. One strike, no more trace. No more trace. Buildings snap like dry wood. Fire breeds in the dust. Total silence from the ground. I am the hand of rust. No mercy in the payload. Gravity does the work. Your life is a decimal buried deep in the dirt. Tear it down, flatten every stone. From the clouds, I claim your soul. Burn the sky, watch the world erase. One strike, no more trace. No more am the pay for your sins. Look up and witness the end before the fire begins. Tear it down, flatten every stone from the clouds. I claim your soul, burn the sky, watch the world erase. One strike, no more trace. Erase the map, nothing left but the smoke, nothing left but the void.
And I'm back. But yeah, even with that little break, I mean, housing options and co are not even. They just. Alright, this it is. I wondered if family that makes so many right and center. Like ends my childhood thing, right? I've only complained one thing. Well, the other stuff. I tell you guys what I put in now. You guys will love it. Oh, I got the wrong one. Oh, and it's free. Because I was like, is it any software yet that's is better by Wixius started watching? That'll do me. There we go. This is her problem. Chat with. And they say all men are bastards. Oh yeah, there's this as well. There you guys come across Jackal and and looked into free. I like to keep. Well, I can. Right, guys. If we set a goal or something, I mean, if those in authority don't get me by this Friday, no, no. Let's say if those in authority gets me Friday, I don't expose all the people within Swan right across the police that are actually involved in pedophilia. I mean, should we do a goal like that? Should we, guys? Should we do a goal like that? Did they put me in a and worse enough? But on one level, I've already exposed them by saying shit like, but, but because there's one person I can speak phone call that had because somebody told me about the coming to the area, and I let so with me as a I phoned up Gwalia and I got to speak with what's his name? How's Wilmore coming? What we noticed him and so me and Rob noticed him and uh, Henley, you know, there you go. What I like, always loved. I've got his name written down. And basically, I mean, he's the type of person that once you bow down, I haven't thought about him in name. It's will come. They've moved. Um, this shows that I keeping me. headphones on and with the like somebody else's life. Help them. If I went out the earlier, I was starving, and oh, Sorry, guys. Oh, interesting part is old booty, and maybe I need to meet somebody that's beautiful. Upbringing hasn't hasn't got. I don't mean booty. It's all about casual life. For somebody that's supposed wise and all that and so forth. I can that worked in office and so forth. Well, I found like the stones thrown through the window was open, not enough not to smash the window. Try and damage my. What you doing? Absolute assholes. There you go. Former East one's your left. Oh, that's like fucking go signing and fucking Penrall. You don't think like them. People around you are so fucking clicky. Yeah, I mean, fight it. I mean, if they're wrong, because they're clicky and they know you're right, they just band together and force you out anyway. Yeah, yeah, that is South Wales for you. Yeah, very fucking yeah. You know, company failed to protect employees of jobs every day. Plus, old hand down at work. That's interesting. Very uncomfortable environment. Staff, former employee. I wonder if these are the same people I spoke to. Came out and told me everything. I wonder. I wonder. Anyway, sounds like you'll be faced with management who don't offer a great amount of support staff, as well as unstable shift patterns. You're faced with possible management with aspects of and staff safety. Not just staff; they don't give a shit about tenancy. Well, they only care about the. So if it been, I can whoever said this, I can back them up on that. Residents are more likely to be out for and not threats often feel not a good situation for those. That's exactly what I went for. Yeah, I mean, I remember a tenant there were attacked. Oh, but it was more like if you face fitted. You know what I mean, if you face fit, you got the help. If it didn't work out, so in other words, all those corrupt ones that lived. Well, you're going to say that they're corrupt and criminal. Just saying. By the sounds of it, these are sort of corrupted. Anyway, a state caretaker, former employee, Swansea caretaker had to maintain the areas we had there with had to cut grass, verge, high tip. Competent way. I think it's the one in the Swansea area. I've got a rough idea who this one that I spoke to quite a few. Yeah, I mean, and they would actually rotate. I would get to see the same ones every week, so I wouldn't be surprised. I've met because I was living down there from what, 2004 right until I would have definitely good chance. That's interesting. Very, very. Ah, burning. You guys reading his back at this? You guys, me entering back there a bit more. Anyhow, I remember Claire Bates' name straight away. but but it took me a while to remember his because he's an absolute arsehole towards me, and he ill of me before even assumed before. And I wouldn't be surprised he's linked with the Masonic orders and stuff like that. You know, he comes across of that type. I mean, And that guy, yeah, I mean, is shifty as. There you go. Here he is. Come to me, Kimosabi. Anyway, this guy is an absolute. Why doesn't he fix his flipping pic? This, you know what I mean? This is the incompetence I had to deal with, guys. Look at the incompetence. That is terrible. Unless he's doing. Oh shit! How am I gonna do that? Well, he's put it out there. Why do people put their fucking children on the internet? There's pedophiles on the fucking internet, and I've these people fucking retarded or something. I mean, they I guess, oh yeah, you know, we need online safety and all of that and everything and yet, put picture of the kids up. Uh, if you want your family to see, like, you know, country, post it to them, send them a DVD. Sorry guys, I got worked up. I don't even have children. You know, I mean, I'm not a dad myself. I'd be ripping the internet apart. I'd be going, no, service must come down. Delete all fucking. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Let's grab that pic. All right. Copy. Oh God. I think I've got to the crush for Chicago because they're thinking, oh. Yeah, I mean, and she's complaining. Why do all these men just want to shag me? And now I know why. And yet, when we first, you know, started to get to know each other, I was like, "Oh, hi, how are you?" Got talking and so forth. And then she turned around. And I like you. Oh, okay. Took me a while for me to fall in love with her, months and months. And going, "Don't you like me, Ross?" And I went, "Ah, okay." It was said. I'm not one of these people that fall in love easy. I take my time. Build. But he didn't have time to do that. Yeah, this is one of the people coerced, and also they lied in the documentation. They committed. That's how bad Gwalia is. If someone is speaking up against corrupt system, I'll show you what they did now. I mean, that's all he had to do. There you go. But that that's all he had to do. Go laugh. There's all these things. Oh, look at me. Primary evidence here. That's and also as well. A few of the other neighbours have said that guy comes off as evil, and I'm like, I wouldn't go that far, but if that's what you think of him, he's a piece of shit, though. I wouldn't say he's evil incarnate, as some have said. I mean, the guy can change, can change. A lot of people do on it. And the thing is, as well, I mean, the way he came into my home and I had my neighbour there, and my neighbour told me what Steve Wetmore said. And I said, hey, come in, and I wrote it on the blackboard behind me. Not that black. And that one. I had one that was not like the whiteboard. I had the blackboard version. I put them up and I wrote on them. And so when he came in, you could see the comments on there, and he was like, oh, you two. Like, me and Rob afterwards, like, of course we speak with friends and stuff about certain things. Of course we're going to, especially when Qualia are corrupt as hell on some levels. He didn't like that. And because I filmed it as well, he didn't like that either. And do you know the funny thing is, well, because I was filming it and so forth, one of the members of staff, the female, tried to break my out. Oh, it's an accident. But my iPod was. It would not fall easy. This is the stuff I think Wally and Co didn't want coming out. Yeah, I mean, they thought, oh, we've done our thing now. He won't speak out ever again. Oh, this is the shit that Guai does. I mean, Gualia, I mean, they can change the name as they want. If the people you get have got evil intentions, then you're always going to have an evil company. That's why I always say, because you're in a job doesn't make you a good person. If you're just a piece of shit, no matter what job you go into, you're still going to take that piece of shit with you because you are the piece of shit. But anyway, I mean, right. Let me show you something like that. I am gonna do. Let me get that. This one. There's two, and if I just right there, we go. This is what I got to laugh at. Right? How they will. This white bit of the and if I come on, that's the call. All these are connected. What they tried to say in what he tried to say, Steve Wetmore. Um, mine right next. There was a archway where they made it out that yeah, I mean, oh, he's the attacker. The attacker. I gotta go past him every day. For what? I did hardly all of that and stuff. Well, archery, and you see this one that would come and bang the windows property, and they banged 61 at one point. Oh, because he's from Pontedilla. Not from Pont. And but if you're a druggie, get right in. But I'm not. I don't take drugs of the type they wanted me to. Drink coffee, that's a drug, but not the stuff they wanted me to. So this place here, this here, yeah, I mean, person who took selling the okay, and he was telling me that those in Australia do drugs. Yeah. So it's no wonder that right I kept myself to myself. I did my shows. I would advertise my show. Kept myself. I've nothing wrong with advertising your show. I never mentioned anything about the sport, about the place on my shows. I was too busy talking about the IDF. I was too busy. I was too many different things, but nothing to do with porn. But they came at me, attacked me because of ignorance and stupidity, and basically fear. You only attack somebody if you're doing something wrong out of fear. I knew nothing of what was going on until 55 told everything what was going on. Think about that. They're busy attacking me, thinking I knew what was going on until they told me everything going on. And I was like, I mean, so many months since the attack started. It was like towards the end he told me what was everything, drugs, the black market clothing, you name it, everything. I was like, telling me, you're busy doing. So if they're worried about a grass or a snake or a rat or whatever, look closer to home. One of your own grassing you up. Then again, did he be working with the police? Because when I was on remand, I told people what was going on. Sounds like a sounds like sounds like he's. Oh, does he? Does. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and interesting, Steve Wetmore and 55 seem to be very pally, and all. And the person that used to live at 5 before this other one moved in, lovely guy named absolutely beautiful. You know, right? Ben, Ray, Brian, Gerald, and all that. Place was lovely. It was lovely. Hardly any problems. God, was there any problem? And then I remember Ray saying something left, and then this new fella came. Very interesting. Ray was like, "Wait a minute, this place seems gotten dark." Or I mean, and it was still daylight. It was still daylight. Dark. It felt like the atmosphere changed to a dark presence. Now looking back, yeah, don't know who the dark presence is. There we go. Because when I moved to the place and Ray's there, Gerald, Brian, and all that, we all had fun. I bought the bowls. We did bowls. Dartboard. We did darts. And Andy host the nights and that we would do. Oh, we would have fun, like proper fun. And then I started to get wind of so many things going on after Ben went. This one moved in, and an opening, and a lot of people were telling me stuff. What then? Um, that was part of me. Was the end of me because he was slandering people left, right, and center. When I spoke to him personally, I mean, I tried to make all letting Glenn. When you look at the flat, the way it is, it wasn't done like a normal resident. It was done like how I mean, police would. Yeah. So I spoke in and said, sorry, yeah, I think there's a lot of slander. Attacked me in front of me verbally while we've been talking to some. And to me, it looked like there was like we had a troublemaker that came, and 55 is the use. But anyway, I never, I've never mind. Another laugh as well. I mean, it goes into how full they are, right? Alf tried to, and it didn't work. He turned around to me and said, "Oh, oh really?" And because I didn't snap, I didn't do anything. I'd be getting information, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, oh he's a wildfire, he's this, he's that, and so I was just like, yeah, totally. That's how shitty Guardiola are. Yeah, they want to be like, oh look at that, probably you know that. While they, yeah, thinking as well because they attacked me. I looked also healthcare. That's I think that could be it as well. What if they damn come in, had my shot and all that? What if, because I was the one that educated residents around there, had to get rid. I mean, and they wanted people to take the shot and die. So luckily, I was there at the and a lot of people take it. Some did, some, but I already got some of the information anyway in the bucket. But what I'm hearing as well, those that attacked me, I mean, I'm not gonna say, but it was the same when David Rockefeller died. A lot of people, Facebook was, yeah, he's dead. what he didn't at the work they did now, about what that he's done. His comment on, I got the. But yeah. Anyway. Fell off, innit? The honeypot state. Albert Freemasonry offer kindness in community. And why have honesty in society and fairness are urged the interest? Yeah, because good job. I never took. Care for the less fortunate and help for those. I've been needing that back in what masonry. Masonry consists of a body of what to get again. Masonry consists of a body of men. Are we seen? Masonry recognized that one word, right? If anybody is actually what we not the you're part of a country. Very interesting. Masonry offers no. Oh, Masonry supports a wide range of charities, both and anonymous. But when it says Masonry offers no, okay, I am for this way. If you get come in and protect you, get you out. Therefore, you keep. So the Lodge 237 got temporary. How is it associated? Gint? Is it because I keep exposing the thing? Guys, I've got. And also, if you see card out and you look at the Vatican hat that the gosh, no, if they change their name again, right? If they changed it again recently, right? Funny as fuck, right? And what's Coddy mean now? What's Coddy meaning? That it help descendant of the hello? Descendant of what? Ah. Let's have a look down this rabbit hole. If there's down. Um could we Are you shitting me? Are you flipping shitting me? Arrogance of these people. Absolute arrogance. We've read people that have worked there and say how horrible it is. And they've only got and chosen the word cordy, which comes from yeah, I mean uh Cydioch. It's a Gaelic word that says yeah, helpful, benefactor, honourable, and as they're always about money and they're always in the court system and so forth, benefactor has so many different in the legalese. Uh, and they got honourable. If you're honourable, then I am God of this world. Right? You're not honourable. A lot of you who work in that company, definitely from Gwalia to Pobble to you're not honourable. Evas, but you're not honourable. And it's interesting. It's got the descendant of the helpful one. If they're doing evil and corruption and so forth, and the one is the devil, and all that and everything else, the one, mighty and all that, yes, ruler of this world is the devil. It makes sense. Oh fuck! And that way I'm looking at it as well, Cardi. Oh, yeah. Uh, family heritage. Uh, if they watching this, they'll be going, "This is fucker would stop decoding what we on the names we put out now." Well, if you didn't fuck me over, and I wouldn't be decoding your shit more and more and more. Hey, then I would not have turned my attention because you started attacking me when I was living there, and then you fucked me up royally. I am now looking into you more and more. Cody clotted me in like data mining as well. You know what I mean, and data centers, all that they've probably got and set up themselves as well because Gwalia is huge. And so, what if they've got a data center and you know what I mean, and fuck, did they put the Cody in? Because they probably I stuff as well. I don't know, but a word Welsh, but another way of rubbing it in. But we can mock them. Having a go. What if they were going to have something? But Cody is like saying, and it's like, yeah, I mean, because they are trying to get people to jump online, and they are trying to get our data and biometrics, and so forth, a part of the social um, credit system and all of that. Well, yeah, it's always willing to go along with Parliament and so forth. Then it's not that far of a stretch now, and they, I mean, they are gonna hate me for exposing again. This is what the third time now I've exposed them. Uh, actually, the fourth time I think. Yeah, because I did mention about how Seren and Guario were coming together, form the union of actually going further down a surveillance level. But anyway, uh, they probably hate me. They probably hate me with passion. I don't hate them, but they always hate me. Would that be a hate crime? Oh, anyway, yeah, Swansea authorities they hate me because I keep. But anyway, that's their own fault for trying to kidnap me when I was a kid. Yeah. Um. So who knows? I mean, this could be related to well as I mean, and yeah, benefactor and helpful and all that. You've got to get like information going on and have some way. I mean, back in. But I do. I mean, uh, is that way of it? Collect and yes, they've not even phoned. I'm gonna contact me. Oh, look at that. So that guys, they have basically screwed with two mine and the one I've been helping. They have screwed and destroyed them. And I will not. I ever forget one. And I will not for terrorism that family. Yeah, I mean, and I'm gonna say it because it needs said. Every country could be absolute, and especially what I've gone, other people I've spoken. But it's a standing army gone. Coming up. Property. I know I've been mucking around with them. Imagine now they've been mucking around and going, oh shit, he's really. Then all of a sudden they just hear, I need to do a proper deep dive. Wait, what? A little bit. Yeah, I need to do a. And the thing is, as well, I'm going to point this out. Well, if they try and force one after all it put me through, actually, and yeah, I mean, yeah, talk about yeah, with Rod Davis. Many people hang themselves. But anyway. What I should do. I mean, I can just. Yeah. So, how far back are you guys? Oh, there you go. I clicked live. Bottom of my lap. So, check them. after a long after. That's what you're doing. You get radical for Cody, and as oh, these people are macking around. Cody Howard's a thing. Ask me how but I got him. Despite um, and yet they post things up like this. or not. if I went to go right now, um, off or people, they would not get contacting me. Always catch. She needs anyway. Honest, I don't have anybody phoning me. Actually, it was my laptop. All the what were coming up. See-through thing. Nice guy. Yeah, I mean, from then no, it's how white and blacks and all. Oh no, the yours. That's a fun. Actually, them and yeah, I mean, she's not there yet. I can't phone in or nothing. Another day with all things. I mean, they know my situation. Two of this side. What's rating? There you go. I'm gonna put it down. There you go. I got it. Do you know? Yeah, yes. That's also sprayed. No, that side. No, this side. This side's dry, and at the bottom is the least on here, but it's still fucking wet. But the driest. I got an awkward. Get the. I'm gonna get. Get that word. Heck of a lot. I want to stand out. That's better. the chalk I bought. What do you call it? Chalk I got from June. Not bad. It's it's not the best chalk I got. A chalk I can keep going over to make it better. But it's done its thing. Got some people put. Maybe I should send that stuff to Dickhead as well. That. Let's forward that stuff to Dickhead. I mean, the arrogant bitch. Not the caseworker I got, but she is arrogant on so many levels. Yeah, I mean, and she thinks she's above people. I mean, she's like, "Oh, I'm in this. What you doing?" And this, guys forward. Look at it for me. It's got to be put. It to. Why does she phones now? And she goes, "Why is there blood in this?" Oh, your authorities want my blood. So I put blood in it. Oh, so a break from. Oh, and to. Hmm. Sorry, guys. I was just thinking. Time when I had heat. Miles away. It was definitely miles. I gotta be honest. Normally, I've done live streams from like mainly quiet sleep or playing a game. But this is a and hit the browser right. There. Oh, and this one's coming from depths of despair. Oh, I need my phone to check if it's
Entered. In the following video, a woman is home alone when something terrifying happens and her fire alarm goes off. On March the 6th of 2026, a deadly tornado struck parts of the US.
oh no. Laptops.
Entered. In the following video, a woman is home alone when something terrifying happens and her fire alarm goes off. On March the 6th of 2026, a deadly tornado struck parts of the US. Unfortunately, strong lightning followed the disaster, and the lightning struck nearby Destiny's house, causing a sudden power outage. Immediately after the lightning strike, the fire alarm activated straight away.
Hear the dogs okay?
Immediately after the lightning strike, the fire alarm activated straight away. Confused by what happened, she stands up and quickly goes to check that her dogs are okay. It turns out that only some parts of the house were affected by the power outage. So she calls the firefighters to check the house and see if it is still safe to use the working parts of the house that do have power.
To me, that's smart. You know what I mean? If you don't know about electrics and all that, yeah, you know, calling the fire brigade and like that. That's smart. I like that.
After checking the breaker box, they let her know that they should be able to fix the electricity shortly. In the meantime, Destiny decides to review her CCTV footage the moment the lightning struck to see exactly what happened, when she notices something utterly terrifying. Watch closely.
In the mirror.
So watch in this right corner. Right when the lightning strikes. There.
What the heck?
What is that?
That looks like I don't know, a part of a furniture or some toy or. Huh.
What is that? What is that?
During the flash of lightning, for a second, the camera captures a dark figure of someone or something on all fours on the ground right in front of the door. It happens for just a few frames, but it's clear something is there. Whatever it is left Destiny deeply disturbed, so she decides to check the CCTV footage from when the firefighters were in the house and captures something chilling once again.
Yeah, you'll take a day.
You side of the house or your side of the house? No, we were inside. We were there. Yeah. Then there was a little house shook. I thought it was like one tower. You go up.
Something standing in where the flickering light is.
Another floor. No, not that I know.
No?
It's got like city.
What went over the football table?
Neighbors still have power, so. Situation.
Destiny had placed some candles around the house for light, and if you look closely at the candle, it suddenly goes out. Even stranger is that a large shadow seems to go by really fast, right as the candle dies out. Not only that, but one of the firefighters seems to notice something strange that causes him to look where the candle is.
Yeah.
He claims to have seen a figure sitting on the sofa for a second. So they check the rest of the CCTV and are lost for words.
Why?
As the firefighter comes to check the breaker box, you can see how he avoids touching over the sofa and hangs his flashlight pointing down at it, as he is shaken up from earlier when he mentioned seeing a figure on the sofa. Then suddenly the indentation on the backrest of the sofa suddenly puffs out and returns to its normal shape, even though there is nobody there. It's as if someone or something was sitting there and quickly stood up, and the indentation slowly reappears again, as if something sat back down, putting pressure into the backrest. And this strange occurrence was also captured during another moment while the firefighters were talking.
You know what, actually? I knew you did. That's the very corner of the dark and the right wall. There you go. Oh, I think. All right, everyone else. All I need are
Right as one of the firefighters shines their light towards the sofa area, you can see something suddenly press into the backrest, as if something is there, and on both occasions it happens right after he shines a light near it, as if something there is reacting to the light. Just like how a strong flash of lightning caused the figure to appear in the first place, so was the figure that firefighter saw on the sofa the same thing Destiny saw in her room that night, and could it have somehow entered as the lightning struck by her house? Like most videos, this one remains a mystery. Attached. A single mother lives alone with her children and explains that strange things have been happening inside her home for a while now, and it seems to mostly occur when her children are around. One day, her and her child were in the living room when they captured this.
Close the door. Can you close the door, please? What the fuck?
Hold on, let me ask. Open the door if you need help.
What the?
You do?
Oh my! It opened it wide as shit.
You
Oh my god!
close the door if you need help.
I swear to God, I put it on.
Oh my! What is it doing? What the? Bro, no! Yes, I knew. Yes, I knew. Elgin,
How
please.
do you see it
Elgin,
closed?
can you please? It's closed all the way, bro.
The door seems to open by itself the moment her kid walks by. Then she asks it to shut the door, and it closes again. On another night, she captures something chilling on her CCTV in her children's bedroom while they are asleep. Watch closely. You can see both the children sleeping when the controller suddenly falls off the table on its own. But after a closer look, you can see what looks like a strange tiny hand grip onto the cord and pull it. Then her headset moves on its own. At the same time, something presses down on the covers as if there was someone else or something else there. Her only two children are fast asleep, so just what is this? The mother believes something may be attached to one of her children, but let me know your thoughts down below. Haunted. In the following video, a man has a newborn son, so he sets up a security camera so he can monitor him. One morning, he woke up and noticed a motion alert from the camera that captured something unsettling. While the baby sleeps, the stuffed bear abruptly moves, but it looks like it doesn't fall naturally and is being pulled by something, as you can see as the whole crib also moves slightly too. Not sure what to make of this, the father grows concerned and continues to monitor his kids, but on another night he captures something else in his other son's room. A strange gust of mist appears out of nowhere and flies across. After these two occurrences, the father is starting to believe they are connected and paranormal, and after the next night, he is certain of it. The door starts to open on its own, causing the baby to wake up and roll to the side, before eventually the door fully opens and reveals nobody there, before closing again and repeating. He mentions that he planned to move houses and has since stopped uploading, but real ghost or not, you judge. The woods. A family living in a secluded area by
When it comes your own baby involved and all that, that is, unless you're
the woods explains they have been hearing strange noises outside their house for a few days. Late one night, he hears sounds out by the woods and decides to go check it out.
Wait for it. Listen. Trees are just falling left and right. Sounds like a war zone out here. These are the ones that I'm concerned about.
What sounds like trees snapping and exploding on their own can be heard, but as he looks around, he sees nobody there. Not sure what the cause could be, he heads back inside. The very next night, his wife begins to hear more noises, this time right outside her house. Watch closely.
So this is day 3 of the weird, strange occurrences at our house. Right now, this light has been steadily blinking for about 20 minutes. And maybe 10, and I just don't understand why.
That happens with that light over there. I mean, this place has got a poltergeist and stuff like that. And yet, the authorities, this place is a death trap, and yet, despite reaching out for help and all of that, nothing.
Okay. Okay, now it's like not blinking at all. I guess it's okay now. But that and the hearing the voices and stuff sometimes, and hello? 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 Who's here? Who's here? Okay, I'm kind of freaked out. Going back inside the house. See what I mean, though? This is the stuff I'm talking about. Like, why is this stuff happening? I'm really thinking about moving away. I think that we should move away. And oh my God!
That's why when something knocks on the door, I check before opening. If there's nothing there, I don't open. Plain and simple.
Did you see that? Oh my God! Oh my God!
Three knocks are heard at the door, then as she goes to open it, her dog can be heard whimpering as she goes out. Then when she comes back in, her dog starts whimpering even more, and a chair suddenly slides aggressively across the room before she turns around and screams in fear, noticing the door is now opening and closing repeatedly, all on its own. With things now much worse, she says they have no choice but to move out. If you have any video recommendations, you can send them over to
But the thing is, all these ones that are letting in the ghosts into the homes, and so forth, right? The poltergeist ones. In other words, the letting in entities. So when somebody else moves in, they're going to be dealing with the same problem. You've got to, the estate agents and all that and so forth have got to man up and cleanse the homes and all that instead of being money grabbing pieces of fucking shit.
depthsofdespairbusiness@gmail.com or tag us on TikTok at depthsofdespair.yt. In court. The following video was taken from a worker in a courthouse somewhere in the USA. The person was inspecting the courthouse with some equipment, including a metal detector and a thermal camera. He has been over at the courthouse for a few days, and after speaking to the workers, they say strange things sometimes happen in the place, and they feel an unusual energy. During his time at the courthouse, he captured something strange on the thermal camera that he just can't seem to explain. Take a look.
No, it's not. I think I called this once right away. I was like, why?
In the video, a heat signature can be seen coming out of the door, even though nobody is there, and these thermal cameras can't see through glass. You can also see he is recording from his phone at the same angle as the thermal camera, so if it were just a reflection, it would likely show up on his camera too. But it's only seen on the thermal camera, and at some point it even waves, which doesn't match the movements of the person recording, so it's likely not his own reflection. After speaking with the courthouse workers, they believe it is the spirit of a woman who was convicted and sentenced to death in this very courthouse, now bound to the place with lingering regrets. But as always, I'll let you be the judge. Parking. Late one night, a woman named Tammy was arriving home and just parking in her driveway. And right after getting out of her car, she noticed something chilling across the road, something she just couldn't explain. The encounter was captured on her CCTV camera. Take a look.
Is that no, like two lights. Ah, dog. The hell?
A strange bright light across the road catches Tammy's attention. After standing there watching it, she realizes the light wasn't moving on its own, but was actually attached to a dark figure moving on all fours, before standing upright and looking around the area. A few seconds later, it walks down the sidewalk, then slightly distorts before crawling on all fours again, and moving out of frame. Tammy has no idea what she saw, but mentions that it didn't look human. Creepy person or something else entirely. Either way, it's certainly unsettling to see at night.
Yeah, me Skinwalker or something else, you know what I mean?
In this next one,
What was it called? Wendigo or something.
a guy acquires a bloodstained camera and finds something disturbing on it. You're gonna...
Oh, I know what they called. Anyway, it'll come to me. So that was
Call the priest. On February the 12th.
Let's see more from there. Get back, guys.
Of 2026. One night, Freya is home. alone with her family when a priest is called in to bless the house immediately. Something terrifying happened in Freya's house that scared her and her children so much that they couldn't ignore it and had to call in a priest to bless their house. One of the main focuses of the blessing is their bedroom, where a lot of the creepy unexplainable things occur. So the priest blesses the whole house and they say a prayer to drive off any negative energy that might be lingering.
Mamatay. Sumainyo ang Panginoon. Palaging mapangyarihan Diyos, Ama, Anak, Espiritu Santo. So, ano, kagabi lang nangyari yan? Isang araw pa madaling araw. May CCTV.
The priest asks if it was last night, and she explains it was while they were sleeping just before the sun rises, and they called him straight afterwards. Now, the night before the priest arrived, it was around 4:30 a.m. and everyone was asleep except for Freya and her eldest son, when all of a sudden, the boy is terrified. Take a look. As Freya is on her phone, her son is adjusting the blankets when suddenly something forcefully pulls on it away from him. The boy, seeing it happen and feeling it, instantly gets terrified and turns to his mum. Also, while he's adjusting the blankets, you can see both of his legs are actually bent and tucked in towards him. And Freya's is completely facing the other way with her back turned, so her leg wouldn't bend out like that with her foot facing the opposite direction. And it also appears as if the blanket rises up away from him from the inside, as if something was in there with him. An orb also flies by right as he screams and turns to his mum. After they reviewed this CCTV footage, the mother was horrified and deeply concerned for her son's safety, so she wasted no time calling the priest to come over and bless their house. Since then, Freya has yet to confirm if the activity has stopped or if there is more to come, but let me know what you think. Intruder. In the following video, two sisters are home on their own in their bedroom when all of a sudden their house alarm goes off.
I'm recording.
It appears someone has broken into their home somehow. The security camera shows the front door.
I've seen this clip before. I mean, but the one before this I haven't. But this clip I've seen before.
Wide open, but when they replay the footage to see who comes in when the door opens, nobody is there. However, at this point in time, they haven't rewatched the footage, so they only see the door is open, and at the same time, they heard a police car outside, so they assume the worst, when something even more unsettling happens. Watch closely.
I'm recording. Wait. Do you hear that? Can you check the security footage? Oh my god. What is it?
It should show another camera downstairs moving back and forth if it's the same one.
clear.
As you can see, something is indeed present inside their home, but not someone who broke in as they initially thought. After watching the security footage, they saw this dark shadow figure zooming across the room on the reflection of the toaster. The figure has no features and moves too fast to be a normal person, even causing the motion detection camera to start panning erratically, trying to keep up with the movement it's detecting.
Front door opening on its own. We closed that door.
And I mean, this house is like brand new. Like, it's not old or like anything.
Yeah, it's not like the latches are like faulty or something.
Everything works.
The fact that it just moved so quickly.
Yeah.
But then like the motion capture camera didn't see that shape. And like when it was
how
tracking
could it have
the
even
movement.
known that it was movement?
Like, why is it that you see it one time and then in the rest of the footage there's like no, it's picking up on something, but there's nothing there. So why is it that we only see it like one time?
So just what broke into their house, and how did this intruder get in on its own while evading the motion detection? Let me know your thoughts on this one. Not alone. The next video was taken in 2016 when a father received a notification that his son was out of bed facing the camera. However, when he goes to check, he realizes his son is fast asleep and he sees something else. Watch closely.
Hi guys, I don't believe in ghosts at all. I think it's absolute rubbish and all these orbs and energies and all that crap. But I was filming on the dome camera a couple of days ago, and I noticed something at the bottom of my son's bed, which I'll also include a little screenshot of it if I can. With a picture, but you can just see it just there, under there, like that. Now, I thought when I got the notification that my son had got out of bed and he was facing the camera at the bottom of the bed, I thought that was his little face. But then when you press play on the video, it flies off. See that? Let's go back. Play it again. Flies off. Keep dragging it back. You can just see it. So I've no idea what that is. There's no wind in there or anything like that. No breeze. It's the windows are all shut. And it looks a bit freaky, doesn't it? Let's look at it. I just thought I'd show you that, guys. See if there's any people out there who actually believes in ghosts or orbs or any sort of type of energy, what you think it might be or might have been.
You can see what looks like the boy is sleeping here in his bed. Yet somehow the camera detected a face looking towards it. Through a gap in the front of the bed, what looks like a creepy face can be seen staring right at the camera, before turning into an orb and flying away. The father says he doesn't believe in ghosts, but isn't quite sure what to make of this. So I'll let you be the judge. Tormented family. A man named Johnny has been experiencing paranormal activity inside his house for a long time now, with no idea as to what is the cause. Late one night he hears aggressive banging around the house, so he goes to check it out.
Tranquila.
Johnny, ábreme, papi.
¿Qué quieres?
Johnny, por favor, ábreme.
Oye, escuchas.
Ábreme ya. Apúrate, ándale.
¿Qué quieres?
Johnny, ábreme.
No te voy a abrir. No te voy a abrir.
Ábreme ya.
Cálmala, niña. Tranquila, mami.
Ábreme.
No te voy a abrir. Vete.
Johnny,
Oye, no manches, ¿viste?
ábreme.
Vete. Esto es impresionante. Lárgate, lárgate de aquí. No te voy a abrir, lárgate.
Por favor, ábreme.
Lárgate. Tú no perteneces aquí. Vete.
When he gets there, he hears a creepy voice trying to get in, but when he looks, there is nobody there. Afterwards, he sets up a security camera inside his house, focused in the direction where a lot of the banging sounds come from late at night. And on one night around 3 AM, the camera captures something downright chilling.
Is that like a hag that's behind the rocking chair? What the heck is it? I mean, you see the face. You know what I mean? It looks like it's got like long black hair or something.
A pale grey face with long dark hair is seen peering out from behind the corner, before disappearing behind it. Then the rocking chair starts rocking all on its own. A few weeks later, Johnny quickly gathers his family together in his bedroom and locks the door, after hearing something terrifying.
No manches, Johnny. Otra vez eso, papi.
Sí.
Tranquila, mami, tranquila, tranquila, no pasa nada.
Pa, pero es que es mi voz.
Tranquila, tranquila, no es nada. No tengan miedo, porque si no, eso se alimenta de nosotros, ¿eh? No tengan miedo.
Papá, pero ¿quién es?
Tranquilos, tranquila, mami, tranquila, ven. No pasa nada.
Sí, tranquilos, tranquilos, sí.
Escucha, o sea.
No, sí está muy cañón, Cecilia.
Sí, es que ya cada vez está más fuerte esto. ¿Eh? Ya, bebé, ya, tranquila.
A su máquina, no mames.
Tranquila, tranquila, mi amor. Ya, ¿qué hacemos?
A su máquina, no manches.
Ya, mi bebé, ya. Sí, mi amor, te da miedo, te da
Sí.
miedo. Sí, mi vida, te da miedito.
Tranquilos, no tengan miedo.
Ujú.
No manches, tranquilos, 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 tranquilos.
No, mami, no pasa nada, tranquila.
No manches, güey.
Espérense aquí, tranquilos.
No
Tranquilos.
mames, güey. Sí, tranquilos.
Sí, no necesitas.
His daughter, child and wife are all in the room with him, yet the daughter's voice is heard outside the door, begging him to let her in, while banging on the door aggressively. On another night it happens again, but this time he opens the door and searches the whole house, but finds no sign of anyone there. Night shift. A man living in Indonesia posts solely about traveling around in his camper van. However, his friend works security and does the night shift at an old warehouse that is currently undergoing some renovations. Just to make sure nobody breaks in, a security guard is stationed there. The building is supposed to be empty and sealed off from entering, with CCTV footage inside the place to monitor it. Late one night, the security guard captures something so chilling he sends it to his friend. Watch closely.
Ini maksudnya golongan di situ apa ya? Kenapa harus ada golongan apa benang apa ini namanya?
Oh,
benang layangan.
Puternya. Nah, di sini juga pernah nengok. Nih. Nah, ini tuh Bang Bay.
Duh. Anjing, Dul.
Bang Bay. Ih, gerak Bang Bay. Anjing. Guys, lihat. Cek sekarang. Mau cek sekarang? Cek. Oke, kita cek.
A face with glowing eyes can be seen peeking out from behind the door. The security guard explains that there are no other employees in the building and it was locked to the outside. On another night, he's on a shift with another colleague this time when they see it again.
Nggak ada ya, aman ya. Di sini aman, oke. Kita coba lihat ke atas sebelum atas sebelah sananya. Atas mana? Atas tengah ini.
Bebas. Terserah kalian guys, mau pilih
yang mana? Tuh, kan nggak ada.
Itu bro, stiker ya.
Ntar kita zoom.
Stiker itu.
Ini stiker atau apa sih? Ini mah manusia.
Stiker matamu.
Manusia jurik. Susulin jangan. Gerak goblok.
Up in the attic floor, the camera captures the same face watching it before it quickly hides behind the corner after noticing it's being watched. But when they searched the area, they found no signs of anybody there. The playground. A man named Moses had a strange encounter at a park.
Well, that's interesting. We see something there and so forth. Is it a human or is it a ghost? I don't know.
That left him shaken up. So a few days later, he returns with his wife, just to watch the playground from a distance. As he records the area, he captures something strange.
Cheque nomás. Estamos solos, no hay nadie aquí en la presa. Aquí vinimos de nuevo para checar otra vez lo del mentado árbol que habíamos de susodicho árbol, no, pero pues la neta esta vez la verdad no quisimos bajar ni quisimos mira, aquí estamos yo y mi esposa y pues la neta esta vez no quisimos bajar por precaución porque no sabemos qué es lo que puede haber ahí, entonces mejor nos quedamos aquí, pero ahí se mira donde está solo, mira ahí están los juegos donde está nada prácticamente. Ay, no mames. Mira. No me jodas. Ay, no más, chequen ustedes, miren. No, vámonos mejor. Vámonos. No, esto no está bien. Vámonos. Aquí definitivamente sí hay algo. Ay, no más, chequen, juzguen ustedes. Y mira, y nomás ese aparato que está. Nomás ese aparato ese que se está moviendo. No, sí está cañón. Vámonos mejor. No, vámonos ya.
While observing the empty playground at night, everything seemed normal until a swing starts moving all on its own. These foot pedals are quite heavy and don't just start moving from a bit of wind. You need a bit of force to get them moving. Terrified, thinking it's related to what happened here a few nights ago, he tells his wife it's time to leave. Because a few nights prior, he was here at the playground with his 2 children to play on the slide. But things took a creepy turn when they noticed something chilling.
Oh, eso. No te vas a golpear la resbaladilla cuando te bajes.
¿Me bajo?
Sí.
Ah.
Mira. Espérate. Dana, ven. Amor. Vengan para acá. Mira, a ver, miren el árbol aquel. No, la neta, te lo juro que yo miraba algo. Como que se asomaba.
A ver, vengan.
Ya me dio miedo.
¿Eh? No, es que yo miré algo, neta. No pasa nada. No, mi amor, no pasa nada, ven. No era nada, no era nada, ven. ¿Qué?
Yo vi algo. ¿Qué es?
No sé, no, no. No, no, no.
Te prometo que yo vi algo. No creo que sea, pero estoy muy mal.
Irga, Irga, mira, sí se miró. Sí se miró. ¡Hey! ¡Hey! ¿Quién está ahí? Yo sí miré, alcancé a ver algo. Mira, ¿te checaste? ¿Viste?
¿Qué es eso?
A ver.
Un animalito.
Oh, mira, mira.
¿Qué es eso? Ay, no.
¡Hey! ¡Hey! ¡Brujo! ¡Asómate! ¡No mames!
Behind the tree you can see a creepy face peeking out at them and quickly hiding again. Freaked out, the family turn and run away. They believe it is the same entity that was responsible for the swing moving on its own. But real ghost or not, I'll let you be the judge.
Well, if you don't get anything to repel it, yeah, wise option, run.
A passenger. A man named Kike was driving alone through Plaza Lomas de Lourdes in Saltillo, Mexico, when he heard someone in the back of his car that startled him. So he looks at what's behind him and notices this.
¿Qué onda, raza? Venía aquí manejando en Lomas de Lourdes y escuché un ruido acá atrás del asiento de atrás y me paré para ver qué onda y estoy viendo allá al fondo se ve una mujer. Iba a irme por allá, pero pura madre. Miren.
He sees a woman in white standing on the side by a hill in the middle of the night, right in the exact area where he heard someone in his back seat as he passed by. He then decides to drive by again to see who exactly this is.
Bueno, actualizando. Chingue su madre, le voy a dar por ahí a ver qué chingados es. A ver si es una mona o una bruja o algo, o estoy viendo mal. Vamos a ver qué onda, vamos a darle rápido. A la verga, si es una pinche señora. Miren, 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 miren. ¡Oh, la verga!
The creepy woman in white is seen just standing there with little to no motion, and shortly afterwards he arrives back there again.
Aquí vamos a pasar de nuevo. A ver si sigue ahí la llorona. Míralo, míralo.
This time the woman is gone. He believes this figure is the cause of what he heard in the back of his car as he first drove by this spot. But as always, I'll let you be the judge. Back home. In the next video, a mother had just arrived home from shopping, and shortly after entering the house, her CCTV camera captures something strange. Watch closely.
Sir? Okay, hold on. Let's get you.
Nice. Oh, no.
Here, don't mess this up. Whoa. Okay. All right, let's get you outside. Come on, Odie. Let's go outside, crazy boy. Let's go outside, crazy boy. Good job. Go outside.
As she places the bag down and walks off with her son, the bag suddenly falls over on its own, and then a disembodied voice can be heard saying hi. And none of them seemed to be able to hear it at the time. None of the family members had any explanation for what occurred. Passed away. A woman named Ale Valencia has been posting updates on her sister's deteriorating health. Her sister Michelle, who has been battling cancer, has been staying positive, trying to get better. But unfortunately, Michelle passed away just recently. So the family gathered together to mourn the loss of a beloved family member when they record something unusual with a balloon. Strangely, the balloon floats all the way to her younger brother, who happened to be the family member she didn't get to say goodbye to. The balloon floats right up to him and leans forward, pressing onto him as if comforting him. But then he suddenly jumps up out of nowhere after feeling something touch his back. This made people think it might not be his sister after all, and something evil instead, taking advantage of the vulnerable situation. But the family thinks it was the sister trying to comfort her younger brother. But let me know what you think. If you have any video recommendations, you can send them over to depthsofdespairbusiness@gmail.com or tag us on TikTok at depthsofdespair.yt. Not alone. Sometimes kids and animals can see things we can't, but there are also times when the camera captures things that go unnoticed by both of them. In the following video, a mother lives home alone with her son, and one night while he's just playing in his room, the motion detection camera monitoring him goes off on its own, and after reviewing the footage, she sees this. What looks like someone or something with disheveled hair can be seen just barely peeking into the frame of the camera before disappearing again. Whatever it is seemed to go unnoticed by the child. However, the mother was left deeply disturbed and uploaded the footage hoping to get some answers. She states they have no animals and can't seem to see this figure in any other footage. Unable to explain what this is, she has grown concerned for her son's safety. But real ghost or not, I'll leave the final judgment to you. In this next video, a man was driving his Corvette when he sees a Reaper following him. You're gonna want to watch this video. Trust me, you haven't seen a video like this.
That's interesting. I think we'll watch it. I mean, thanks, Depths of Despair. We'll watch it in a minute. I need to do one thing now.
Just click the thumbnail on screen to watch this video now. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you over in the next one. The hospital. A man named Valente works as a nurse in a hospital.
We'll make this one the last Despair one. We'll move on to somebody else. I just stopped.
And says that many strange things have been happening inside the place. From seeing doors open on their own to shadow figures lurking in the dark. Many of the nurses say they experience all kinds of things when they are alone at night in the hospital. The following video was actually sent to him by a female security guard who was doing the night shift alone, patrolling the hospital when something strange happened. Not sure what to make of it, she pulls her phone out and records this. A strange knocking sound can be heard on one of the glass doors, but as she goes over to check it out, it's clear that nobody is on the other side. The moment she turns around, the knocking comes back more aggressively, but once again, there's nobody there. They believe the strange paranormal events are due to the amount of people who have lost their lives in the hospital. But let me know what you think. Occupied. The following video comes from a woman named Destiny Sanchez and was taken by her husband who was installing a Wi-Fi system in an old house that was built in 1954. While alone in the house doing his work, he notices something disturbing that he just cannot explain. Watch closely.
There's nobody in here.
Somewhere close by, a faint voice can be heard whispering desperately for help. Creeped out, he completes his installation and decides to contact the homeowner about the voice. When the woman says her daughter also complained about hearing a voice, saying the exact same things Destiny's husband captured. He believes something terrifying has happened here in the past, seeing as the house is quite old and must have a tragic history. Early shift. In the next video, a woman was working a very early morning shift inside a big building. She was the first person to arrive on the premises, and while beginning to work on the lower floors of the building, she heard a very disturbing loud sound coming from the dining room on the upper floor.
You're not going to believe this, guys. I just had a thing from Gemma from housing, who's a total idiot. All of them are actually in housing up and down. I guess they know the landlord wants to sell this place left, right, and centre. My friends all agreed. You know, I mean, housing options are fucking retarded on so many levels, right? They've been told by my brother, by me, you know what I mean, by Tianan, by the doctor, by everybody that knows what's going on. Hello?
Hi, it's Ben from SA Property.
Hi, you're live on YouTube right now, 'cause I'm live right now. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. You okay?
No, I'm starving to death. Yeah, I'm starving myself to death, and I haven't drunk in 24 hours as well.
I've had an email. Landlord. I haven't had anything yet, but they believe I'm going to let housing within a couple of weeks.
And the thing is as well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, I couldn't give a shit about the UK right now. I mean, I'm just gonna just let myself die. I mean, 'cause this is the thing. This is one thing I don't like about this country, more than anything, and I'm saying this live on YouTube as well. Basically, when I've done all the donkey work, I mean, and you've done all the donkey work, I mean, so you know this is not aimed at you, but this is aimed at the UK when I'm live on YouTube. Basically, when somebody said they've been told to get out of a home and all of that because landlord wants to sell something, and then housing options have basically just have left me suffer. I mean, I haven't been able to use the toilet upstairs because of my legs. I've had to use a green bucket downstairs. I've been suffering with the cold here because there's holes in both doors and stuff like that. So the cold air's been coming in. I got arthritis that's been getting worse, which can cause me to die if it reaches my heart. But no one gives, I mean, apart from you, I mean, I mean, that's not related to my family. The rest haven't given a damn about my health, to be honest. I mean, I needed to be put into a flat.
Yeah, I know.
And everything
Have
else.
they been in touch at all?
No one. I went down to Tiainen, mental health. You're gonna laugh at this now. I went down. I told them what's going on, and all I got was, okay. That's all I got. Yeah, I mean, and that's why I'm starving myself to death. That's why I'm basically not drinking. I'm not eating right now. So within 3 to 4 days, I'm gonna be dead anyway. Because I've checked up online. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking for ways where I don't cause myself pain, but I'm looking for ways to just die without the pain. And that was one of the ways. So and my hands right now are absolutely freezing. There's no heat in them or nothing. Don't worry, the landlord can have his property back despite I've lost more money than he will ever lose. I've lost over £25,000 because of people taking money from my bank and housing and the police and all of them not helping. So, and to be honest, and the Zionists that have been destroying this country, and they've destroyed me left, right, and centre. For this country, I hope if an atomic bomb drops on it, to be honest, and kills all the idiots that haven't stood up to the Zionists. That's how I feel. Yeah, I mean, and I have got a knife in front of me as well. So if I do decide to just do it, I mean, where am I gonna go? Pavement? So I might as well just be put into a grave. You know what I mean?
I know. Well, from I was told the housing one state, and they're saying can't help until that date. I keep saying to them, well, surely though you can make work, make the preparation, and say, look, Paul, here's that. When the time right, this is the one, because the rush job, as far as I can see.
That's why I'm panicking as well. It's like I'm gonna lose some of my stuff. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong. I've moved my main computer out of here and stuff like that and everything. That's not yet. But as you know, I mean, when I've walked down to you guys, I mean, despite I put on the best show of me looking healthy and that, even you can tell when I walk out, I'm not really fully fit. But I do the best I can and stuff like that. I mean, I've walked back and forth to storage as best I can. Almost died a few times, but I mean, my heart almost gave out a week and a half ago, and the thing is, I've got so much evidence on my computers and laptops that put me in this position in the first place from Rob Davis Court. And I don't think the landlord wants to be held account for miscarriage of justice sort of thing as well. And the thing is, I'm supposed to put an application form next week to the court, but I got no money to put an application through or nothing. That's why, I mean, I hope the authorities and all that put me in this position in the first place are happy now. They are going to have blood on their hands. And also, this is how stupid Gemma Jenkins is. I put blood on the paperwork that came this week from the sisters, from the landlord sisters. And all she said is, have you got a date? All she said to me. These people are heartless. You're not, though. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, you've gone between me and the landlord, making sure everything's up to speed, up to board. You've contacted housing. I mean, I came down, you know what I mean? And we both went online. We've made sure the rent come through. And the thing is, it's not like I'm not paying the arrears, because he's getting £50 extra bringing down the arrears. So, but, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with this country. I don't know what's wrong with people's mindsets. To be honest, I think me and you are the last two with common sense, I think.
I'll get hold of housing now and let them know.
Make up a date if you got to.
Just have to see what they say.
Wait, 2 weeks from now, wait, 2 weeks from now, we could create a date, actually. So 14 days, that's next week will be 25th. So the 2 weeks would be the 1st of March. We could say, I need to be out by the 1st of March. That would be the date. We could say to them, around about the 1st of March, he's looking to be out by then.
I'll let them know.
Something's got to be done, innit? Yeah, and I'll agree then. Yeah, around about the 1st of March. I better write that down, actually. Hold on. I don't want to put you in it. I put the words around the 1st of March. Because you did say about 2 weeks anyway, so it's 2 weeks from now. Yeah, it is about the 1st of March. And hopefully, if the landlord can push for the 3rd of March, you know, so I'm not like fully in it because of the hacker and stuff. Hopefully, my benefits will go through, and then that will help me then to do other things as well to get this stuff out here. And I'll see you later. Okay.
Cheers.
Okay. Bye bye. See, guys, my phone works. You just heard my phone works. What is housing on about my phone doesn't work? You know what I mean, that wasn't housing. That's not housing options. That was Ben. You know what I mean, and I laid it on thick as well. I mean, because I've done it nicely and all that, despite my body's in pain and everything and so forth. And I mean, he knows I'd not to lay on thick for him, but for him to pass it on, I mean, because I'm sick and tired of pretending that I look, you know, I mean, I'm healthy, you know, when I'm actually broken inside. But and the thing is, housing are not just playing with my life; they're playing with Ben's. They're playing with somebody I know in Australia that needs to know what's going on over here. There's so many people that are involved in this that housing options are screwing over. You know what I mean? And there's also blood on the letter that I scanned. Excuse me, that I scanned in, all that. So. Yeah, I mean, all because I stopped somebody from killing me back in 2017. Think about that. I stopped somebody, right, from killing me. You know, I mean, this is what me, Ben, and my friends find ridiculous, that I stopped somebody from killing me, but yet the legal system has put me through hell and back, where I've actually, you know, cut my arms and stuff like that and so forth. In the last 7 to 8 years, because of the stress and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to kill myself. I mean, I had to lay it on fix so he can go and tell Gemma. I mean, he's spinning out oh no, you need to do something. You know what I mean? And there's a mark on my arm, you know what I mean, from yesterday. You know what I mean? To relieve the anxiety and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've done blood magic, so I know how to go how far down without, you know what I mean, permanently, what do you call it? But yeah, I'm actually freezing inside, guys, because there's no food in me right now. And I haven't drunk since yesterday or eaten since yesterday. I'm actually cold and freezing inside right now. Because these people, yeah, I mean, if it was them, you know what I mean, they'd be pushing. No, not Ben, but if it was Gemma Jenkins from housing and all that, because what it is, they got orders from the flipping Zionists, from Keir Starmer, who is Zionist controlled, same as Donald Trump is Israel controlled, Zionist controlled, and basically, I mean, they what do you call it? They basically yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer is telling, you know, well, he's probably not telling, but he's probably just put it in the legislation where the public of the UK, you know, what I mean, is getting murdered left, right, and centre, with the masses not realising there's so many vulnerable people being killed off right now, on purpose, common purpose, I could say, and while you got the general populace sitting on their asses. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Even the percentages we see and so forth going, oh, not this Palestinian thing again. What a lot of people in Britain don't fucking realise, and it needs to be fucking said. This is how flipping thing it is. That TV in the corner and radio is not your information box. It's not giving you the true angle what's going on. You need to get off your fucking asses and find out what's really going on, because people in this country, you know what I mean, are starving to death and all that and so forth, and being attacked left and right and centre because of the Masonic orders and the fucking Zionist classes and all of that and so forth. You know what I mean? And children are being killed because of the general populace ignorance. Because, let's put it this way, and you're not going to like this. The Masons and all of that, the Saturnalia Club and all of them, the Black Knight Builders and all of them, call every single one of you stupid. Not me, they do. They call you stupid, ignorant cattle. And also the unbegun. Because you haven't even begun to find out what's really going on in this world. Because you watch TV and a few history programs on TV or, you know, or wherever, you think you know it. You don't. They have spoon-fed you bullshit. You know what I mean? You only know what they let you to know. And a lot of it is a pile of crap. But anyway.
Floors of the building, which immediately seemed strange to her, as she should be the only one inside the building. She pulls her phone out and heads upstairs as she records. This is what she captured.
I'm trying to think, guys. What is my lock number up in storage? I know the unit number. I'm thinking of the lock that's on it. Thinking of if anything did happen, I might transfer my Ben and for him to sell it and he can get money out of it. Of that. I'll tell you the reason why as well, guys. Yeah, I mean, because you heard me and Ben. Well, you might have heard Ben speaking, depending on this microphone. I mean, I've told Ben some stuff, I mean, about the system and all of that, but I mean, he can't get his head around why they're not helping and so forth. And the paperwork isn't for this is the insult as well by housing options and all that. Reason why they need the paperwork because it's not me. They need, I mean, they're talking to. It's the legal fiction. That's an insult. All of this is because of, I mean, people believe in the legal fiction side of things. I mean, and I'm like, really? But yeah, because people think that name in court is them, it's not. And I've literally said that as well. I've even put it through and said, I mean, that name there. And I've put it in documentation and they did it all correctly and so forth. But because they didn't have the money, they were like, oh, we can't accept that. It shows how corrupt the whole fucking system is. I mean, you've got all it in evidence and so forth. Look, this is what the government set up. This is what the GRO set up. You lot created this fiction to screw people over. The whole court system is a fraud. But yet you expect me to just go along with it? No. And the thing is as well, they said I didn't turn up in court and all of that and so forth. I applied for video and everything. They went, no. I went by the book. I mean, to show my face in court. They lie every single time. When it comes to my name, if they see my name pop up, they put it then into legal fiction to screw me over. They do it all the time, I mean? They do it all the time. They know, I know the system inside out. I know how corrupt and fraudulent the whole thing is. So they try their best to get rid of me. You know what I mean? That's why we need to burn the whole system down, like Jesus tried to do. Saying.
As she enters the dark dining room, a terrifying lamenting sound can be heard, as if someone was suffering. Creeped out by what she hears, she tries to maintain a calm composure and just heads to the lift to get out of there. But just as she enters the lift, a pair of footsteps can be heard running towards her. It's as if someone was running to reach the lift and enter with her before the doors closed. And that seems to be the case because while in the lift, she notices something disturbing and takes a picture of this. What looks like a terrifying, sinister, pale face can be seen in the reflection of the elevator, with big black eyes and a black mouth. Since then, she never wanted to do the early shift alone ever again. But the question still remains, just who or what is this? In the mosque. In the following video, a man was praying inside a mosque with his family just like he would do regularly. However, on this particular occasion, he hears a strange sound and decides to record as he looks around, when all of a sudden he notices what he believes to be a jinn inside the mosque. Watch closely.
Kita ni ngaji ni weh. Lagu Erwan sekitaran masjid. Apa ni weh? Apa ni weh? Weh, apa ni weh? Weh, ni. Sumpah weh. Boleh wah. Bani weh.
What looks like a creepy pale grey face with dark eyes can be seen lurking above, before walking off and disappearing into the darkness. The figure seems to be wearing religious attire, leading some to believe that the jinn is also Muslim. But let me know what you think. Strange encounter. A woman named Kikyo explains that ever since moving into a new house in a different neighborhood, strange things started happening. The previous residents of the house gave her some warnings about the property, as they left behind strange items like holy water and other things.
Desde que nos mudamos aquí a la casa empezaron a suceder cosas rarísimas. Sin embargo, nunca había sentido nada en la casa. La cuestión es que cuando nos mudamos de casa, los ex vecinos, los ex personas que estuvieron rentando aquí nos dijeron que pues que esta casa según tenía algo porque todas las parejas casadas se terminaban separando. Otra cosa es que nosotros encontramos como clavos en las esquinas de las puertas y moneditas también metidas en los rincones. Esos son rituales.
On one night, while returning home late at night with her husband, Kikyo notices her neighbor's car door left wide open with nobody around. Worried that something may have happened, they go up to the car and see who's inside, and things get a little strange. Take a look.
Oigan amigos, estoy bien preocupada porque no sé qué le pasó a mi vecina, güey. ¿Eh?
After checking the car and seeing that it's empty, they decide to talk for a moment before knocking on the neighbor's door.
No me acuerdo de su nombre.
Oh god, yeah. I might put it on the river after tonight. You know what I mean? I might go down there. I know I haven't eaten, and it's going to be cold down there. But hey, you know what I mean?
Hola, ¿hablaremos a la policía?
No, hay que ver si contesta.
Jugará.
No, si no estuviera ella, no estaba claro.
Ah, mira, yo creo que ya prendió la luz. ¿No? ¿Es tu lámpara? No, a ver, bájala.
Tócala un poquito más fuerte.
Ay, le tocas tú, me da miedo.
¿Ah?
Le tocas tú, me da miedo. Uy, la mierda. Uy, la mierda. Uy, tiene una pinche mierda ahí. Tiene como, se ve como una cabeza, te lo juro.
Una señora, ¿no?
Ah. No sé. Hi, hola, soy yo, la vecina de al lado.
Who is it?
It's me, your neighbor. The next door neighbor.
We're trying to let you know your car is open.
¿Ah?
Your car is open.
¿Qué pasó?
Su carro tiene toda la puerta abierta.
¿Mi carro?
Sí.
Oh my God. How can we open?
No sabía espantar. Soy yo, su vecina de al lado.
Oh my God.
Sí, su carro tiene toda la puerta abierta.
Alguien la abrió.
Sí. ¿Su vecino?
Hold on, what was that black thing in?
No sabía espantar. Soy yo, su vecina de al lado.
Oh my God.
Sí, su carro tiene toda la puerta abierta.
Alguien la abrió.
Soy yo, su vecina de al lado.
Oh my God.
Sí, su carro tiene toda la puerta abierta.
Alguien la abrió.
Oh, is that just a person dressed up then? That's why she didn't react. You know, maybe she it's, oh, okay, fair enough.
¿Su vecino? Sí,
Yeah.
¿Quiere que le hablemos a la policía?
Virgen del Carmen. Alguien lo abrió. Y él tiene la llave.
¿Quién?
El que viene a robar acá todo el tiempo.
Ya.
La batería. Y en la puerta, esta puerta ya no trabaja porque la rompió. Y la policía no hace nada, ¿sabe?
As she knocks on the neighbor's window, she notices a creepy face staring back at her, which she didn't believe was actually the old woman. Although you can see the same color clothing, so it could be the lady. But why was she hiding? Even stranger, she comes out and doesn't seem too concerned about the open car door. But now, ever since knocking on her door and speaking to her, things have gone worse back at their own house. The next night, she goes live with her audience, while her family is asleep, and this happens.
¿Está alguien contigo durmiendo? Sí, está mi esposo. Mis 2 hijos están aquí. Los ronquidos.
Is Drag Me to Hell like that when, I mean, when the person meets like an old lady and bad shit happens to them?
Que están escuchando son de él. No hay nadie en la casa. Hoy se escuchan también pisadas en el techo, güey. También ahorita ya estoy más tranquila que hace rato, porque hace rato cuando hice un live también y salí y estaba mi cajón de abajo de la cama abierto. Se escuchó el ruido cuando yo estaba grabando. Ese video lo subí. Pero no mami, gente, hace rato yo quería llorar porque tenía mucho miedo, neta. Cabrón, no mames. Puta madre. Uy, no, gente, yo creo que le voy a hablar a la policía porque neta que no. Y es que no están tocando mi ventana. No está tocando mi ventana, es la puerta del cuarto la que están tocando, no mames. Hay alguien afuera de la puerta del cuarto, güey. Pero no es un puto humano. Ay, no. Voy a sentar aquí, porque ya se recorrieron mis hijos. Entonces...
No, te pintaste aquí.
¿Sí ven en dónde están mis hijos? Carajo.
She begins to hear all sorts of strange sounds coming from around the house, along with music and knocking on her bedroom door. But what shocks her the most is hearing her child's voice, quite loudly, even though they are both fast asleep next to her. She begins to panic but tries to stay calm to not disturb her family, but the worst is yet to come.
No te doy permiso, no te doy entrada, no te doy permiso, no te doy entrada, no te doy permiso, no te doy entrada, no te doy permiso, no te doy entrada. No te doy permiso, no te doy.
The lights in the room start to flicker on and off by themselves, and the knocking on the door gets more aggressive. She believes these events have something to do with the previous night, where she knocked on her neighbor's door and saw a creepy face watching through the window, and then interacting with the woman afterwards. But until further updates, this one remains a mystery. If you have any video recommendations, you can send them over to depthsofdespairbusiness@gmail.com or tag us on TikTok at depthsofdespairyt. The phone call. A Reddit user was working as a rehab nurse, and one night a patient suddenly died. They prepared the woman's body for her family to come and visit one last time, and for the mortuary to come and take her away afterwards. The hall was mostly empty and there was nobody anywhere near her room. It was in the middle of the night, so no TVs would turn on, when all of a sudden, the now deceased woman's call light turns on out of nowhere. The rehab nurse heads down there to turn it off. A few moments later, they turn on again. This time the nurse answers it on the phone, so it turns off without having to go back down there. And that's when the speaker turns on and something creepy is heard. Listen closely. A disembodied voice can be heard talking, although it's hard to make out what is being said. Many people in the comments say they hear the words birthday and daughter died, and they believe this is the spirit of the patient still reliving a scene from its former life, not knowing that it has already passed on. But I'll let you be the judge of that. VR. A woman was playing some VR games with her husband, but while taking a 15-minute break, she decided to play a little bit of a game called First Encounters. After just playing mini-golf, she recenters herself in the middle of the room and does a boundary reset for the game. And also she does a space setup and rescans the room, so all objects are out of the way. However, when she starts playing the game, she gets completely spooked after seeing this. A strange three-dimensional shaped figure can be seen in the room. The figure looks as though it's wearing a hooded cloak. Her husband was sitting in the kitchen at the time, and the figure is a lot taller than everybody else. This is also the first time it has happened, so it wouldn't make sense for it to be due to the room spacing, as she arranges the setup the same way every time. Creeped out by this, she immediately stopped playing the game and decided to take a break. Seeing as everything was set up properly, viewers could only conclude this was a ghost. The closet. On March the 4th of 2025, a man named Adam can be seen standing in his room along with his sister, both terrified after noticing something disturbing within the closet. Watch closely.
No mames. No mames. Parte de ahí, Pola. ¿Será que me acerco?
Sí.
Ni se ve.
The two siblings stay far back as they observe what looks like a pale face lurking inside the closet, just staring at them, before the mirror door opens and the closet door closes on its own. Adam explains that he has been afraid to go near the closet ever since then. Real ghost or not, I'll let you be the judge. A dark past. A man named Rogalsu works as a security guard and does late night shifts for a school somewhere in Argentina. He often finds himself working late alone patrolling the premises, and for a while now he has been experiencing strange paranormal phenomena. He says that because the school is located some distance away from the city, and there aren't many buildings around it, many strange people and cultists would sneak in at night and use it for rituals and other purposes. The building itself is also very old with a tragic history of things happening. In 1970, a 15-year-old student had an abortion in the school bathroom, resulting in her and the baby passing away. In the 1980s, another boy lost his life on school grounds while alone during out-of-school hours. In 1990, the school didn't have any running water and used to get it from a well, and another girl fell in and lost her life. Later on, they attempted to build an altar for the Virgin Mary on site, and the first bricklayer suddenly passed away due to cardiac arrest. Even stranger is that the person who replaced him also met the same fate, along with one of the teachers and a custodian. On one night, while live streaming the strange events and patrolling the school grounds, he captures something chilling. Watch closely.
Y aquí en la escuela cuando empiezan a ladrar los perros así a llorar. Ah, visto. Empieza a joder, como a golpear. Todas las noches hace lo mismo. ¿Qué pasa? Tempranito empieza a hinchar las pelotas.
Aggressive banging can be heard before a door slams open by itself, but when he goes to check, there's nobody there. After this, he goes over to another room to rest for a moment before heading back out, when this happens. One of the locker doors opens by itself and then a light somewhere goes out. On another night, while examining the bathrooms and cubicles, he has an utterly terrifying experience. A girl's voice can be heard inside the bathroom before the door suddenly slams shut all on its own, completely freezing the security guard with fear. He believes this is the voice of the student who took her life in the bathroom, and in another live stream he sees what he believes is her face. Unfortunately, this one is just a snippet from the live stream that was noticed later on by a viewer, so there is no footage. But as you can see, a terrifying pale face of a girl can be seen clearly in the window just watching him. Now what makes Ragazzo's footage all the more compelling is the fact that everything he films is captured on live stream. So just how far does this school's dark past go? As always, leave your thoughts on this one down in the comments. FaceTime. A woman named Rosalind was FaceTiming her boyfriend just having a regular chat when something horrifying is captured. While talking to her boyfriend, Rosalind's hair suddenly moves up on its own as if it was literally being grabbed by someone. They both react in shock as they are unable to explain what happened. And when she turns...
What the hell was going on there? Let's see that again. Go back.
In another live stream, he sees what
chance
he
to-
believes is her face. Unfortunately, this one is just a snippet from the live stream that was noticed later on by a viewer, so there is no footage. But as you can see, a terrifying pale face of a girl can be seen clearly in the window just watching him. Now what makes Ragazzo's footage all the more compelling
Better
is the
not
fact that
masturbate,
everything
eh?
he films is captured on live stream. So just how far does this school's dark past go? As always, leave your thoughts on this one down in the comments. FaceTime. A woman named Rosalind was FaceTiming her boyfriend just having a regular chat when something horrifying is captured. While talking to her boyfriend, Rosalind's hair suddenly moves up on its own as if it was literally being grabbed by someone. They both react in shock as they are unable to explain what happened. And when she turns around, there's nobody there. You can also see her face is resting on her hands within the covers.
Whatever was messing with my hair, it was messing with my hair from the back, like up here, like grabbing like a handful, like doing this number. My hands, I'll show you how I was laying. I was laying right here, just like this. I'm on my side, guys. I'm on my side. My hand is right here. The other hand is under here. That is my cat Pickles. Get out of here. And I'm laying like this. My hands are like it. My other hand right here. And whatever it was, you can see me laying like this. And whatever it was messing with my hair from back here. We were recording simply because my husband seen my hair do it the first time, and he was like, your hair is moving. And at first I was like, no, it's not. Like, I couldn't feel it. And he's like, yes, it is. And he started recording, and neither him or I was expecting it to do it again, because, you know, I thought he was getting crazy.
She explains that her uncle passed away some time ago, and when he was alive he used to play with her hair just like how it was in the video. Could it be her uncle visiting her from the afterlife? Let me know. If you are ready for another one, check out this video where some police officers discover some ghost kids in an elementary school at 3 AM. Trust me, you haven't seen a video like this. Just click the thumbnail on screen to watch this video now. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you over in the next one.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We'll do something comical in a minute now. Let me just go and do something for somebody. You know what I mean? And plus, I don't know whether to eat or not. I don't know. That's a good question as well, guys. That's real. Hello. Oh, we're gonna watch that. Anyway. Hmm. And it's speaking to somebody right now, guys, and um, what do you guys reckon, guys? I need to be like if I'm gonna do that. Or do I? Maybe I can take the laptop close. That's pretty about doing this all happy, guys. Maybe I should move the camera, attach it to across. Maybe we could do a. We've got the thing. Let's charge up the bulbs. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I'll charge up the. Yeah, we could do a sleep stream, guys. Yeah, I mean, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Mm. Alright, let's do this. Anyway, I think I was going to do it. I'm going to do it later. But anyway, let's all listen to this.
Bullshit. We shouldn't wait around for the damn politicians to fix this. Okay, but I'm sure none of us want to advocate violating.
Why is this starting from there?
My response, you want me to speak at a political convention. You know what I'm going to say, right?
Here we go. Let's start from the very beginning. There we go.
All right. Show of hands, how many people here, when you heard that I was going to be speaking at a political convention, said, who on earth would invite that guy to speak at a political convention? Anybody? Well, my hand is up because that was my response. You want me to speak at a political convention. You know what I'm going to say, right? So here we are. And you were warned in the way Drew described it that this is not going to be entirely polite and nice. Now, I fully understand the pragmatic idea that some express that the Libertarian Party needs to win people over and so needs to tone down the rhetoric to cater to the masses, to appeal to a more mainstream audience, to avoid sounding fringe or extremist. And to people who take that approach, I would respectfully respond, get stuffed, you spineless pansies. Morality doesn't depend on what the majority thinks, and it doesn't depend on what people want to hear. And having actual principles is the exact opposite of modifying the truth in order to appease people who have crappy belief systems. Now, it is perfectly possible to deliver the same message in a more polite and civil way rather than being nasty about it. I've done plenty of both. Criticizing statism the nice way and the nasty way. Tomorrow I'll be hanging out at the convention being nice. Tonight, we'll see. But there's a difference between delivering the same message in a gentler way and watering down the message until it's meaningless slop. Allow me to illustrate the difference. Let me whisk you back to a debate in Mississippi, say 1837, and on one side, we have an abolitionist, someone who openly and zealously condemns the abominable institution of slavery. And on the other side, we have the equivalent of a modern-day, moderate, reasonable libertarian candidate. So, first, the abolitionist. Slavery is evil and must be ended by any means necessary. And now, the reserved, reasonable, and moderate candidate. Now, I know people have different views on this topic, and I and my party, while respecting all other points of view, think that, yes, slavery is less than ideal, or at least more abusive than it should be. So we are running on a platform that, if elected, we will propose a legislative agenda whereby in the coming years, certain policies might be enacted that we can gradually phase in certain provisions that would, for example, require slave owners to whip their slaves 20% less often than they do now. Dude. And set certain standards concerning how many hours a day slaves can be forced to work, hopefully getting that down to what the hell is wrong with you? Slavery is evil. It doesn't need to be tinkered with. It doesn't need to be gradually phased out. It needs to be ended by any means necessary as soon as humanly possible. Now we can agree to disagree, but we can keep this civil, and there's no reason to get judgmental. If some demented bastards think they can own other people, it's not time to be civil, it's time to be judgmental. Okay, I'm sure we can find a compromise that we can all agree on, somewhere between the extremes, so that over time, so for now, if some bastard wants to own
Why does this feel like something I've done on Spreaker.com in my podcast? Some of the things that I've done on Twitch, you know what I mean? It's like I've done shit like that. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. You fucking mean you're fucking useless. I could never do what he does there. Yes, you've died just now. No, I haven't. You know, the way you guys think on YouTube, you're doing it right again. Ask the people in the audience, but the audience don't know what I really do. But they fucking do know what you do. Do they really? Do you guys know really what I do? Go on now, ask them. I have asked them, but they haven't asked me. Anyway, I mean, I don't do stuff like that.
people, you're okay with that? Well, I'm sure we can all agree that we need to work within the system we have. No, we don't. The system's bullshit. We shouldn't wait around for the damn politicians to fix this. Okay, but I'm sure none of us want to advocate violating the law. I do. Fuck the law. The law is wrong. It's evil. End it. Now, your rhetoric is getting rather militant, and surely we don't need to talk about resorting to violence. Yes, we do. This injustice is inherently violent, and it should be forcibly resisted. But wouldn't it be better to abolish slavery in a more civilized, peaceful, and orderly way by way of the lawful channels afforded to us? No. Fuck you, you spineless pussy. Come on! End scene. As a fun fact, the word pussy, the derogatory insult, derives from the word pusillanimous, meaning weak, timid, lily-livered, and so on. So when, for example, I call certain political libertarians pussies, I'm not implying that they are genitalia. I am implying they are spineless, unprincipled, cowardly wusses. Just so we're clear on that. And if that offends anyone here, I'm sorry that you're such a pussy. Surely he's not comparing our modern political system to slavery. Actually, surely I am. Now, in severity and open brutality, no, they don't compare. Not even.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, we do have slavery. I mean, yeah, we don't have the physical chains and all of that and so forth, and the ball around and all that and so forth. But the mental chains are up here and stuff like that with a lot of people. Hold on.
Close. And if that offends anyone here, I'm sorry that you're such a pussy. Surely he's not comparing our modern political system to slavery. Actually, surely I am. Now, in severity and open brutality, no, they don't compare, not even close. But consider the underlying principle. Those in the party of principle ought to be able to do that. For starters, what are taxes? That's when those who wield political power demand money from people. Is it a polite request? Nope. The demand is backed by a threat of violence. And who decides the tax rates? Do you get to decide how much you can afford to give them? Nope, the politicians decide. I mean, they make you fill out stupid forms and do the math, but they decide through the legislative process how much money you must hand over to them in order to avoid the nastiness that they will inflict upon the disobedient. There's another way to describe that. You can either say that politicians decide how much you have to give them, or you can describe it as the politicians decide how much of what you earn they will let you keep. Allow me to state the bleeding obvious. If someone else gets to decide how much of what you earn they will let you keep, you are their slave, by definition.
Yep. Yep.
But courageous libertarians want tax cuts. Okay, sounds nice. Until you realize that the underlying message of that is, we accept that it's up to the master to decide how much of our earnings we should be allowed to keep, but we're going to pathetically beg him to please let us keep more. Ew. No. Free human beings, people who are not slaves, don't need someone else's permission to keep what they earn.
Yep.
But this nicer slave master might let us keep 60% of what we earn, and this mean slave master will only let us keep 50%. Okay, so you've conceded that you are and should be somebody else's slave. Now you're just hoping to be the property of a slightly more permissive owner. We're not slaves because we're allowed to vote, and there's a political process and a legislative process, and we can petition, and there are checks and balances, and there's a House and a Senate.
It's in the word as well. Allowed to vote. Allowed to keep saying allowed. That word allowed. I mean, A-L-L-O-W-E-D. Allowed. I mean, they allow us to keep what is ours. Huh? That's the point. I mean, if some people still don't get, that's the point he's trying to make. They saying, "Oh, you're allowed to have this, you're allowed to have that," and so forth and everything. I mean, he's right what he's saying now about the government and all that and so forth, and the politicians and the police and all that. They treat us as fucking slaves when they say, "Oh, you're allowed to have this, you're allowed to have that," and so forth, and yet the authorities abuse us left, right, and centre, and then they go, "We're here for your safety, and if you don't do it as we say, we're going to beat the fucking crap out of you." You know, thank you, slave masters and fucking slave master goons. But anyway, back a bit.
Permissive owner. We're not slaves because we're allowed to vote, and there's a political process and a legislative process, and we can petition, and there are checks and balances, and there's a House and a Senate. If someone else gets to decide how much of what you earn you will be allowed to keep, you are their slave, no matter how much convoluted bullshit excuses they try to use to make it sound like something else. Actual libertarians understand that. Lots of political libertarians, if they can even comprehend it, don't have the balls to say it because they don't want to sound fringe. As some of you may know, I spent just over a year in a cage for the heinous crime of not helping the federal extortion racket to rob me. Wasn't even tax evasion, it was misdemeanor failure to file. So I don't even get the street cred of being a felon, which at least would sound cool. No, I'm merely a misdemeanant, which is a term nobody's even heard of. Anyway, while sitting in a stupid box for a year, writing books that the ruling class doesn't like, I also happened to read the works of Frederick Douglass. And one particular part made me almost fall out of my prison chair. Having grown up as a slave, at one point Frederick Douglass had a master who decided to let him work somewhere else sometimes and would even let him keep some of what he earned. Oh, how kind and generous of the master. From Frederick Douglass's own words, quote, "I was to be allowed all my time, make all contracts with those for whom I worked, and find my own employment. And in return for this liberty, I was to pay him $3 at the end of each week. This arrangement, it will be perceived, was decidedly in my master's favor. He received all the benefits of slaveholding without its evils, while I endured all the evils of a slave and suffered all the care and anxiety of a free man." How dare Fred not be grateful to be allowed such freedom when all he had to do was pay an income tax? Now, this next quote you might have heard. Quote, "I have found that to make a contented slave, it is necessary to make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision, and as far as possible, to annihilate the power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. He must be made to feel that slavery is right, and he can be brought to that only when he ceases to be a man." How many of you have heard that quote? Okay, a lot of you.
That's very interesting. It's, when you put the darkness and all of that and so forth, ain't the general public, if you're still watching TV and all of that, I mean, and from my research, I know the public are still bombarded with fear mongering and stuff like that, and you see the general masses, they think what they're doing is right, but a few of us who've been attacked by the authorities and the system, and we see through the system and we realize what's going on. Yeah, I mean, they look at us like, people like us, like, oh, these here, we must stop them in case they warn the other slaves. And, I mean, but the thing is as well, what I like from the Jones plantation as well, it shows once somebody is woken up and all of that and so forth, it's hard for them to go back to sleep. But it shows as well, despite he's woken up and he's trying to tell the other says, "Hey, you don't have to do this." I mean, we'd be in A, B, and C sort of thing. What the other slaves do in that film? I know you're wrong, lad. They take the slave master's side because they've had like fear installed in them and other things. You know what I mean? and you see one of the children, you see a child who gets killed in that and stuff like that. So they've had so much fear mongering and saying that, oh, there's dangers out there if you go out there and all that sort of thing. You'll be harmed. They got all that played on their minds, so they turn on the one that's trying to free them, and yet they don't want to be free. The true level of freedom. And that's what I see in today's class. I mean, society. Those that can see, the modern day version of bars across the brain and all that and everything else, and you try and tell everybody else, they won't believe you because they can't see the bars, they can't see the slavery, they can't see thing. You know what I mean? And as I remember, my family said, I'm too fearful to stand up. That's the problem. So it's not the truth or the message that's the problem. There's a lot of people that are too scared to take on the very thing that's whipping them.
You might not have heard what came next. Quote, I was now getting $1.50 per day. I contracted for it. I earned it. It was paid to me. It was rightfully my own. Yet upon each returning Saturday night, I was compelled to deliver every cent of that money to Master Hugh. And why? Not because he earned it, not because he had any hand in earning it, not because I owed it to him, nor because he possessed the slightest shadow of a right to it, but solely because he had the power to compel me to give it up. The right of the grim-visaged pirate upon the high seas is exactly the same. End quote. Pay your fair share, Frederick. Ungrateful malcontent. But here comes the part almost made me fall out of my chair. Quote, when I carried to him my weekly wages, he would, after counting all the money, look me in the face with a robber-like fierceness and ask, is this all? He was satisfied with nothing less than the last cent. Oh, so an IRS audit. He would, however, when I made him $6, sometimes give me 6 cents to encourage me. It had the opposite effect. The fact that he gave me any part of my wages was proof, to my mind, that he believed me entitled to the whole of them. I always felt worse for having received anything, for I feared that the giving me a few cents would ease his conscience and make him feel himself to be a pretty honorable sort of robber. End quote. Wow, doesn't sound like this literal slave was a big fan of what was essentially an income tax. Sort of sounds like he thought it was almost more insulting and offensive than simple, direct, open slavery. So if you don't like me comparing an income tax to slavery, you can take it up with Frederick Douglass. So where does the party of principle stand on taxation? Well, first of all, what's the foundational principle of libertarianism? All together now, the non-aggression principle. Okay, and what does that principle say? As the name implies, it says that committing aggression, starting a fight, using force against someone who wasn't harming anybody else, is wrong. Unless people press buttons in booths and then politicians do weird rituals and scribble stuff down and proclaim that certain aggression is legal, legitimate, and righteous. Now, you might not have heard the last part of that principle before. You might just think the non-aggression principle means don't commit aggression. But if that were the case, why would libertarians be running for office, trying to get elected, talking about legislating new policies, unless that statist voodoo bullshit somehow alters or outranks the idea of don't commit aggression? Don't commit aggression unless some people voted for you. Robbing and assaulting people is wrong unless some weird pseudo-religious political rituals happen beforehand. Being an attacker, bad. Defending against an attacker, good. You'd think everyone who identifies as libertarian would be able to grasp that. But is that actually the message of political libertarians? Allow me to give an example. The Free State Project and their Porcupine Freedom Festival, also known as PorcFest, which I attended for many years before it became more of a give me the ring of power event. One year, many years back, the organizers let it be known in no uncertain term that they didn't want any speakers talking about the use of defensive force against state thugs, because talking about that might spook the peasants. Talk of trying to stop violent thugs of the state from assaulting innocent people? We can't have that. Well, is that because it's Wrong to forcibly resist violent thugs if they have badges? No, the event organizers knew full well that's justified. They just didn't want us talking about it, even though the ideal is absolutely fundamental to the concepts of non-aggression and libertarianism. But there was an extra twist because the event invited a number of political candidates to speak. Candidates who very much advocate the use of violent aggression by the state in the form of taxation and legislation, robbing people and forcibly controlling nonviolent behaviors. So, as I gently pointed out to the organizers, it wasn't that they weren't going to allow anyone to condone the use of brute force. They would absolutely allow people to condone immoral state violence. They just weren't allowing anyone to talk about using force against state violence. Party of principle, my ass. Party of watered down, lukewarm, sniveling, unprincipled, status light bullshit. They should put that on their logo. I told you I wasn't going to be nice tonight. As another example that just showed up a few days ago while I was writing this, Chase Oliver, libertarian now running for governor of Georgia, made a post boldly saying, "We should seek to abolish ICE." Sounds good, as long as you don't think too much about it. Yeah, the ICE Gestapo shouldn't frickin' exist. But what does it mean to seek to abolish it? It means trying to get the ruling class to pass legislation to stop having their gang of thugs do evil crap. Shouldn't a libertarian know that such thuggery, even if legal, is still immoral and psychotic, and therefore should be disobeyed and resisted? Why imply that we should play stupid political games in the hopes of getting the masters to decide to be slightly less evil? Why only speak of the tyrant-approved way of opposing injustice? So, back to the concept of taxation. Lots of libertarians, including some people in this room tonight, like to say taxation is theft. Okay, good. Yes, it absolutely is. What do libertarian candidates say? Sometimes they say that. But do they all condemn and oppose all legalized extortion in principle? Do they say that disobeying and resisting such extortion, even if possibly hazardous, is moral and justified? Or do they kind of flounder around with lukewarm, evasive BS, talking about how we need to change the laws and repeal this and repeal that, and if you'll just give them the ring of power, they'll try to let you keep more of what you earn? Mostly the latter, if you think I'm being unfair. In 2016, the Libertarian Party was having its conventions and primaries to choose their candidate for President of the United States. And in Pennsylvania, little old me had the privilege of being one of the panel members asking the candidates questions. So I asked this: do you think the Constitution is compatible with the non-aggression principle, particularly the taxing clause? When it came to Gary Johnson, some of you know who he is, here was his answer, verbatim, quote, "Well, I do believe in the non-aggression principle, but I also think that, and I'm not picking on the question at all, but this is one of those questions where America, or me anyway, it just goes over my head. And I'm sorry, but it does. It's not something I engage in conversation with people. And if I do, they just glaze over. So the fact that government should not be engaged in force, how that's relative to the Constitution, I can't answer the question. I'm not smart enough to answer the question," end quote. You can still find that on YouTube if you think I'm making it up. At that point, a friend of mine, who you may know as Josie the Outlaw, who was also on the panel, chimed in to say, "The non-aggression principle is a basic libertarian principle. If you're going to run as a libertarian candidate, you should be able to answer that question." To which Gary Johnson responded, "I know I should, but I can't." By now, half the audience was laughing at his lame BS. So as a follow-up, I reiterated and clarified the question, saying, "As someone who spent a year in a cage for not paying tribute to the IRS, can you tell me whether you think the Constitution is in line with the non-aggression principle?" Gary Johnson's response, quote, "No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I hear your frustration, but these are the questions that I think get people, is you knee-jerk the answer and then you end up having to explain something you can't explain. obviously fervently believe in what you're asking, but it's not something I relate to. I'm sorry, it's just not. It just goes right over my head. End quote. Gary Johnson ended up being the Libertarian candidate for President of the United Friggin' States in 2016. Holy crap! By the way, that's the same Gary Johnson of Bake That Cake fame, who opined that government violence should be used to force private businesses to serve people they don't want to serve. So pro-freedom, so libertarian. But besides being a yammering, stammering, moronic dunce, he made a pretty amazing admission in there. He referred to my simple, basic question as the type of question that might get people, because you might knee-jerk the answer and then end up having to explain something that you can't explain. So of course, he knew the answer. No, the taxing clause is obviously not in line with the non-aggression principle. But he didn't want to say that, because then he might have to stick to the principle he pretended to believe in. Spineless, weaselly politician bitch. Party of principle, my ass. Then we have the frauds who love to say, well, I'm libertarian on some issues. Good for you, dumbass. So is literally every other human being on the planet. In some cases, I don't advocate violent government aggression. How noble, courageous, and virtuous. I don't think people should be murdered for wearing purple socks. And I think it should be legal for people to play the accordion. Those are libertarian positions. Yeah, and saying you're libertarian on some issues is like a serial killer saying he's a pacifist on most days. There's a term for people who are libertarian on some issues. That term is state.
That's similar to what I said for years, but oh god. And I said something about people who support police forces and all that, left, right, and centre, right? Despite they come and arrest you and all of that, even if you basically stand up against the evil of governments and the establishment and the Masons and all that and so forth, right? But I came across one person and stuff like that, and I said to him, because they're like, 100% for the police and everything else, so forth, right? And I said to them, for a laugh, because they said, only people who do criminal behaviour end up behind prisons and all that. And I went, then okay, who makes the laws and all that? For the police to go and have these jobs and all that. And they're like, oh, well, the Parliament does and all that. And so on that level. So who do the police work for? You or Parliament? And they were like, saying, well, through us, paying taxes. The Parliament, creates legislation for the police then to go after the public. And I'm like, what if you said something and, government disagreed? Should that person arrest them? They went, yes. So I said, what if the government disagreed what you said and they came to arrest you? And they're like, well, I've never done anything wrong. I mean, how sure are you? Because you don't know what's going on, with those in government, what they're really thinking, and they're always looking for ways to generate more money. And therefore, through the taxes and all of that, you're funding the police to have bullets to kill you, and all that. I'm like that, and the person's face was like, bullets to kill me. I went, yeah, you pay taxes for them the bullets to kill your damn ass, and they were like, ugh. But anyway,
Yes.
They walked off in a huff, in the nice rain.
That ranks up there with the meaningless label of minarchist. I only want the minimum.
Don't forget, guys, I'm in Britain, but we still have armed officers as well. Some are not armed, some are, and not everything else. We do have an arms unit. Just in case you go with, but in the UK, you don't have guns. Oh, we have guns, but not in the way like America does.
Necessary amount of violent extortion and subjugation of mankind. Oh, only the necessary amount? So you're exactly like every other statist on the planet. You might disagree about what you think is necessary, but every statist thinks that the authoritarian BS he wants is necessary and the minimum government needs to do, which makes every statist a minarchist. So you can drop that BS and stop pretending necessary enslavement is a thing. Quote, necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants. It is the creed of slaves. End quote. William Pitt the Younger. Then there are conditional libertarians. I may be approaching some of the people in this room. Well, I would be in favor of freedom in this area. If only, then you're not. You're anti-freedom. You're not a libertarian. Well, I oppose the initiation of violence as long as I think certain other things are going to happen, or unless the state violences for something I think is really important, or unless I get really scared of germs or foreign brown people or drugs, or then you're not a libertarian. And don't give me the no true Scotsman BS. Words mean things. If you don't advocate the non-aggression principle, you're not a libertarian, period. And having long-winded, convoluted excuses for being an unprincipled bootlicker doesn't change that. And given the current state of fascist affairs going on in this country right now, can't really leave out the ever popular, well, as long as there's a welfare state, then we need border controls. So as long as there is authoritarian evil, you're going to personally condone other authoritarian evil. Gee, what could possibly go wrong? And for any of you who think that you have the best libertarian argument for why politicians should have the final say who can set foot on my property and your property and everyone else's property, maybe just shut the fuck up. You're not libertarians. I'm not sure why the hell you even want to pretend that you are. If you advocate widespread state violence, just say so. Admit it. Be yourself. Embrace and celebrate the cowardly, state-worshipping mental slave that you are. Maybe you can have a statist pride parade. Then there are those who think we should phase out evil, violent aggression, the eventual libertarians. Well, that's the ideal, and maybe we'll get there eventually, but for now, I'm going to cheer for the authoritarian enslavement of mankind, to be practical and realistic. You know, saying you don't think we're going to have a free society tomorrow is fine. Yeah, we're not. But if you advocate non-freedom, and your excuse for doing that is because, well, it's unrealistic to advocate actual freedom, you suck. Well, ideally, there would be no murder, but that's unrealistic, so I'm going to advocate just a moderate, reasonable amount of murder, just the minimum necessary amount of murder. And I love it when people try to make having principles into an insult. Oh, you're one of those purists. Or even better, you're purity spiraling. Oh no, if this continues, I might plummet into the hopeless abyss of advocating that no one be forcibly enslaved. The horror. The horror. Then, of course, there's the ever popular, but if we didn't have government, warlords would take over and enslave and impress us. So we might end up with government. You think we need government in order to avoid ending up with government. You might want to think that through a bit more. But now, given where we are, let's look at the very concept of a libertarian political party and why that's inherently bonkers. No offense, or a little bit of offense, whatever. For starters, what would the ultimate goal be? If libertarians won all the seats, all the offices, and all the governments, what would that mean? What would a libertarian government look like? It would look something like an abolitionist slave owner or a pacifist serial killer. In other words, it wouldn't look like anything because the idea is oxymoronic and makes no sense. Now, it's only fair, since I'm being mean to all sorts of people, that at this point I make fun of my own former self. Once upon a time, you would have heard me saying what a lot of status dupes have said, and it would go something like this. A legitimate government is one that only protects the liberty and property of people and otherwise leaves people in freedom. Such wisdom, such virtue, as long as you don't...
Sounds like Superman, the truth, justice, and the American way.
think about it too much. Now, when I spouted that BS, I felt like I was in pretty good company. Hell, the Declaration of Independence says that governments are instituted among men in order to secure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
This is what I don't get. Well, I do get and don't get at the same time. It's basically this. Right, you got people all around the world and all of that and so forth. If something is a just law and all that, if there's ever such a thing, right? Why then we have so many countries and states with all different laws? I mean, and they change and all of that. Is it a law supposed to be an absolute? But what we've got is really people's words that are on paper are something they disagree with. So that isn't a law. That's just somebody disagree that you should be doing that thing. So they're like, no, you can't do that thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, so a lot of the stuff written on paper is, well, a baloney, false. And that's why I said in front of a police officer when they asked me, do you believe in government laws? I went, no, I believe in God's laws. And poof, they left this property so flipping quick. Yeah, my mum just, when she was alive, she just looked at me and smiled. Good one.
Many of our founding fathers have said the same thing in different ways. Too bad, it's complete bullshit. Government is an entity that exercises authority, which means the right to rule over a certain territory. That's what the word means. So it's a ruling class, no matter how much euphemistic BS you sprinkle on top of it. So how exactly do you coercively dominate and rule over an area without violating the non-aggression principle? You don't. That's why actual libertarianism completely rules out any possibility of government entirely. So actual libertarians are automatically anarchists. And it was my own gradual realization of this disturbing but bleeding obvious fact that made me eventually fall off the political spectrum entirely 30 years ago. Here is a super abbreviated reenactment of my own learning curve that took me an embarrassingly long time to go through. It started with...
I got a thing, guys, and I know I've said on the phone that I haven't had anything to drink, but I just realised if I'm gonna use that trolley tomorrow, because according to Ben, we heard over the phone, I got 2 weeks to get until things. So what I'm thinking, there isn't that much to take now. Because I didn't know how long I got left. So I've been sitting here just in case they came, and and then I can grab it. But if I got 2 weeks, I might load that up tonight, and then do a walk up. Say leave about say 7:30 in the morning tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then take a walk up with that. That might go earlier. That might go at 7. And then, I'd have to give me 2 hours then, just like to, slowly walk to get there, sorry. And that means I can go down the other way, without going through the muddy way, and go down the other way without any traffic, not much traffic in the way, you know what I mean? I might do that. Yeah, I might do that. And then what I'll have to do when I get to the bottom is cross over, then start walking up the hill, cross back up when I get the other side. Yep, we got a plan.
My ideal government would tax people only to fund the enforcement of righteous laws that would just protect individual rights. I'm so smart. Oh, wait a minute. Taxes are demands for money under threat of force, and forcing people to fund something, even something good, well, that's immoral aggression. Okay, so my ideal government would politely ask people to voluntarily donate to fund the enforcement of righteous laws that would just protect individual rights. I'm so smart. Oh, crap. What if somebody else wants to protect individual rights some other way, not by way of my awesome government? Do I send thugs to beat them up? That would make me an authoritarian jerk. So there goes my government's monopoly on defensive force. Well, maybe I would let other people also enforce my laws. My laws? Why should anyone else defer to whatever I think the laws should be? I mean, I think I'm right. What kind of narcissistic megalomaniac would call his own opinions law and imagine that everyone else should feel obligated to obey them? I sure as hell wouldn't defer to some other bozo to decide what I think is right and wrong. Dang! So, okay. Not going to tax people, not going to force people to use my version of protection and defense, not going to call it law. Wait, now it just sounds like I'm a guy offering protection services to whomever might willingly pay for that, which might be nobody, and anybody and everyone else could do the exact same thing. Well, oh well, no more contradictions. No more violations of the non-aggression principle. Nope. I finally whittled government down to its ideal, legitimate form, which has no authority and no right to rule and no special rights at all, and no power to tax and no power to legislate, no monopoly on force and no reason anyone has to pay any attention to it, and no reason for anyone to call it government since it's completely indistinguishable from normal people doing the same crap that everyone already had the right to do. Well, that's what I advocate, but that is not government. And if I'm not advocating any government, that makes me, wait, there's a word for it. That makes me an anarchist. Ah! Meanwhile, the Libertarian Party is forever playing the game of, if we can just add our own clown to the circus, we can save the day. Maybe if we join the mafia, we can improve the system from the inside. No, you can't. By the way, I think I have the perfect candidate for the Libertarian Party to run for president next time around, which would be Boromir, the guy from Lord of the Rings. Nay, political power is a gift to the foes of tyranny. Why not use it? Give libertarians the weapon of the enemy. Let us use it against them. I mean, would that be any worse than Gary, the non-aggression principle goes over my head, Johnson? Or Bob friggin' Barr, former CIA, cheerleader for the war on drugs, voted for the Patriot Act, voted for the war in Iraq. But don't worry, he also pretended to have some pro-freedom issues. Oh, I'm libertarian on some issues. And flip-flopped on marijuana prohibition when he thought he could benefit from it. And then pretending to be libertarian failed. He went back to being a Republican. Libertarian Party sure seems to have a lot of opportunistic grifters who think they can make a name for themselves and get support and get attention and get money by pretending to be libertarian. And look how many of those jumped right on the nationalist bandwagon the moment they thought that that might get them more attention and support and money. Incidentally, that's also why it's a problem if your political party tries to have a bigger tent approach by not having actual principles. Because then lots of state-worshipping jackasses will happily swagger in and crap all over your tent. Now, a number of libertarian candidates, a number of whom I actually like, have said good stuff, which as far as I can tell, they actually meant. Sometimes they even expressed actual principles consistent with libertarianism, and then ran for office trying to get their hands on the ring of power for themselves, thus sending a completely confusing, self-contradictory message anyway. No masters and no slaves. But also, if you make me master, I'll fix everything. When I asked Google to name some well-known libertarians, part of what it barfed out at me said, quote, and contemporary activists and writers like Glenn Beck, Ben Shapiro, and Rand Paul. No, none of them are libertarians. Now, Rand Paul, Rand, not Ron, spends lots of time bashing even bigger states than himself, but he in no way advocates actual freedom. And Glenn Beck? And that weaselly genocide apologist Ben Shapiro? Ugh. But at least we have Dave Smith. Dave, I support mass deportation Smith. Because nothing says I love the non-aggression principle more than cheering for huge numbers of non-violent people to be forcibly kidnapped for the heinous sin of standing on a certain piece of dirt without the permission of the political scumbags in D.C. And of course, Dave and a number of other fake-ass libertarians also acted as cheerleaders for Trump for a while, which brings me to something that is truly Babylon Bee level of absurd. Who here recalls the amazing spectacle when the Orange Fuhrer himself, self-worshipping war criminal, best buddy of Jeffrey Epstein, narcissistic creep and wannabe dictator, was invited to speak at that huge Libertarian Party event and stood up there and told everyone why he should rule the world as he stood in front of that huge banner behind him that said, "Become ungovernable." What the actual fuck? And I still hear some fake-ass libertarians say, well, I still think I did the right thing voting for Trump because he pardoned Ross Ulbricht. I'm glad Ross is out. But just to be clear, you helped empower a demented megalomaniac who has pushed multiple war crimes, murdering dozens of people out in international waters, not to mention terrorizing, assaulting, kidnapping, and occasionally murdering people on the streets of America in broad daylight week after week. But it's okay, because by giving a psychopathic terrorist the power he wanted, you managed to get him to release one political prisoner. After Ross spent the entire 4 years of Mango Mussolini's first term in a cage, showing that Trump never gave a crap about him. He just viewed Ross the way he views everything, as something to use to increase his own power. And so many libertarians helped him do that. So I guess to all the people whisked off without trial to be tortured in foreign slave camps, to the people murdered in Yemen, people murdered in Venezuela, people that Trump helped the nutty Yahoo murder in Gaza, well, fuck all of you, because we wanted this one guy to be set free, because we're the party of principle. Why are you so mean to the people who vote for libertarians? They mean well, and at least they're doing something. Have you ever seen those pictures of the huge throngs of excited, enthusiastic, politically involved people cheering on Stalin, Mao, Hitler? They meant well, and at least they were doing something. How did that turn out? Come on now, you can't compare communism to libertarianism. Oh, can't I? Let me ask you something. What was the best attempt ever to create a kind of sort of libertarian government? Was it the US Constitution? This ruling class will just serve the people and protect individual rights and yada, yada, yada. Okay, and what was the actual real world outcome of that? Did it in fact create the most powerful authoritarian empire in the history of the world? Yes, it did. Did it create the most massive imperialist standing army the world has ever known? Yes, it did. Did it create the most enormous, intrusive, and abusive extortion racket in the history of mankind? Yeah. Best attempt ever at having a libertarian government. Now, why exactly would anyone want to try that again? I mean, you have zero chance of doing that anyway, but even if you could, why the hell would you expect it to end any different, any better than it did now, with the mess that we're all here objecting to right now? We are living the inevitable result of the best attempt at libertarian government ever. And you want to do the same thing again? They didn't do it right. Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the cliche communist excuse. That wasn't real limited government. Yeah, it must just be bad luck that every time it's ever been tried, the result was authoritarian oppression. Well, it works in theory. To all communists and political libertarians, if your theory, when applied to the real world, always results in complete catastrophe, maybe your theory is shit. This guy thinks he knows everything. Well, instead of just being critical, why don't you run for office and show us how it's done, smarty pants? Okay, here is what my campaign speech would sound like if I were to run for office. My name is Larkin Rose, and I'm running for the office of president, governor, mayor, whatever. Now, you might be wondering, of all the candidates running, why you should vote for me. Well, you shouldn't. First of all, how much of a colossal bonehead would you have to be to try to put me into a position of power over you when my entire stinking message is, stop giving other people power over you? Like a bunch of slaves listening to an abolitionist, cheering for what he said, and then saying, we want you to be our new slave master. And if you were hoping that I might get elected and then change the magical politician scribbles and legislate some legal permission for you to be a little bit more free, if there was any chance of me being able to actually do that in any significant way, they would shoot me in the head and then repeal whatever I had done the very next day. But way more importantly than that, as long as you think that you need the legislative permission of the ruling class to be free, you're already a slave inside your own damn head.
Bingo. Exactly.
And maybe you should focus on that instead of thinking that somehow you're going to win the insane and evil game called democracy, a game by the psychopaths, of the psychopaths, and for the psychopaths. I'm just a guy. If you were stupid enough to put me into a position of political power, I would still just be a guy. I still wouldn't have the right to rule you. Whether some stupid laws get repealed or not, you still would have no obligation to obey those political bastards or pay tribute to them. So all voting for me could possibly accomplish is briefly giving you a little false hope in a political solution when there is no such thing, never was such a thing, and never will be such a thing. If you vote for me, it's because you're still a brainwashed dupe. So, think that's a winning campaign speech? All right, let me wrap things up here before the pitches and pitchforks and torches come out. Let me wrap things up by being clear about a few things I am not saying. For example, I'm not saying that the Libertarian Party is completely worthless and doesn't accomplish anything. It's so much worse than that. It accomplishes less than nothing. Its mere existence is mostly just an obstacle to people learning about libertarianism. Because if some poor schmuck disillusioned with the atrocity that is mainstream American politics hears tell of some weird ideology called libertarianism and decides to look into it, what will he find? Oh, there's a libertarian political party. Sounds like the place to learn about libertarianism. Huh, they think taxes are theft, and they think that people should be robbed less if we can get the politicians to agree to legislate that. But they think aggression. They think aggression is wrong, and that if thugs of the government are initiating violence against innocent people, we should, well, mostly beg and whine a lot and ask the political psychos to please be nicer. But they think that as long as people aren't committing force or fraud, they should otherwise be free to live their own lives however they choose. And they seem to think that the way to achieve that is to continue to vote for a political party that never friggin' wins. They also sometimes cheer for authoritarian thuggery and say that in the long run that will have pro-freedom results. Party also kind of seems like a magnet for opportunistic lying creeps trying to make a name for themselves who don't really seem to understand or advocate that non-aggression principle. Well, if that's what it means to be libertarian, a perpetually whiny, spineless, inconsistent, confused statist begging for scraps from political psychopaths, no thanks. Now, to be clear, I am also not saying that the Libertarian Party sold their souls in exchange for power. Because if they had sold their souls in exchange for power, they would have some fucking power. And they don't. They gave their souls away for free, for nothing. After half a century, they still have no real influence, no coherent message, and accomplish damn near nothing except to keep decent people focused on the pointless, hopeless ritual of trying to appoint a nicer slave master, which never works anyway. But we don't want to sound extreme or fringe by talking about things like disobeying and resisting, the sort of things that people do if they actually believe in freedom. Yeah. Holy crap, people. No, the answer is not, in fact, a new slavery light party or the old slavery light party. The answer is not politics at all. The answer is people understanding freedom and no longer talking and acting as if the worst people in the world have the right to rule them. The libertarian philosophy is great for that. The Libertarian Party, not so much. And lastly, I'm also not saying that the Libertarian Party is controlled opposition. I assume most people involved are actually trying to serve the cause of liberty. Kind of, sort of, in a largely demented, incoherent, and counterproductive sort of way. However, if I was an evil tyrant trying to confuse people, trying to divert and waste the time, energy, money, and hope of people who want freedom, I would absolutely create something that looks almost exactly like the Libertarian Party. Who here has seen the movie Jones Plantation? If you haven't, go watch it. I command you. You elected me president. Oh, wait, sorry. I'll let you in on a little secret here. The character Noah, the slave who makes a feeble run at being elected plantation manager, he represents the Libertarian Party. So it seems fitting that I end my talk here with a little excerpt from the novel, The Jones Plantation, which I wrote while we were filming the movie, so I could put back in a bunch of stuff that doesn't fit in a normal length movie. You can imagine how long the script would have been if long-winded me had had his way. The setting is good old Noah, well-intentioned guy trying to make a difference, just gave his somewhat pathetic campaign speech. And now the conspiring slimeballs, Smith, Jones, and Johnson, are behind closed doors discussing it. I still don't think we should let him criticize us like that, Jones complained. I could hear what Noah was saying from in here. They still need an outlet for their frustration, Smith replied. Allowing them to moan and complain lets them release a lot of anger and resentment. If you try to bottle that up, eventually something will break. Also, allowing them to state their grievances aloud lets us know what needs to be dealt with and when, before there is any threat of them doing something more serious. But more importantly, if you limit what a man can think, you don't have to limit what he can say. I can see what they think, Jones grumbled, and I don't like it one bit. What exactly did you see? Smith asked him directly. Yes, they are frustrated. Are they talking about running away or refusing to work? No, they think that this election is the proper civilized way to try to change things. They think that this gives them some control over things here. We are creating something to deflect and diffuse their resentment so it doesn't become something more problematic. Their focus and their mindset are exactly where I want them to be. Okay, but what if Noah doesn't win? Johnson spoke up. Then this whole charade of yours collapses. Noah has no chance of winning, Smith opined with complete confidence, with a dismissive wave of his hand. How can he be so sure? Jones asked. They seem to like what he was saying. Aside from having my spies, who will let me know exactly how much support Noah has at any given moment, I have a dozen different ways to make him lose, Smith responded. And if all else fails, we bribe him or threaten him or kill him. Don't worry about it. We need him running. That's why I made it happen. There was a brief pause, and the meaning of Smith's words sunk in. What? Johnson asked in surprise. It was your idea to have him run and to say all that? Absolutely, Smith admitted. Everything that happens here happens because I wanted to. A few of them out there still weren't going to be appeased by choosing between you two. We can either have those few sowing seeds of discontent and rebelliousness among the others, or we can bait them into playing our game, a game they are forever doomed to lose. Smith still saw a trace of skepticism on the others' faces. We let Noah join in the spectacle. A few of the workers will get excited about it, will feel a surge of hope, will give it their all, and will fail. And then they will meekly slink back into line. We choose for them an outlet for their frustration, an outlet which will accomplish nothing other than occupying their attention just long enough to tire them out and break them down. Enjoy your political convention. Don't forget to vote.
I enjoyed that. Absolutely enjoyed that. I'm going to stop for a bit. I'm going to have a little. And plus, I'm getting too comfortable letting it stream. But yeah, catch you guys. Oh, I'm not moving. There we go.